but I really appreciate all of you being here. My name is Mary Ellen Quinlani. I'm the director for FAU Card. This afternoon we will be introduce all of the staff. We have some new staff that we're excited about from some grant positions that we received, so welcome. I think you're in just a couple things of business first. We have restrooms on either side, so as you come in, we'll have lunch today from 11:30 to 1. We are doing a session, a make and take session. We received some communication boards with some communication cards that we are giving you as many as you need. We're going to do a demonstration, and we have some lanyards with some task cards that you could use for visuals for your classroom or out in the playgrounds, very transportable, or you could share them with families and develop those and customize them for families' needs. We've been using them with card and doing trainings with them. Each of them are about $14, and you can take as many as you need for your classroom. We just hope that you use them. So that will be from 12:15 to 1, so we'll have lunch from 11:30 to 12:15, and if you want to go to the classroom over here at 12:15 to 1, we'll be sharing that information, and you can bring the materials to your car. Just a couple other things. I apologize, it'll get probably cool this afternoon in here, so hopefully you'll have a sweater or keep warm. We can't control the temperature, it's controlled out of Boca, and so it will get cold here. I apologize on that in advance. In terms of lunch, there are a couple places to eat for lunch. You can walk over to Abacoa. If you exit here and you follow the pathway all the way over, it's a nice walk. It's about maybe a 5-minute walk. There's lots of places to eat there, and you can warm up if you're there. If you choose to get in your car, there's several places. If you go out to Donald Ross and take a left, there's a public parking area there, and there's a tropical smoothie, there's a Jersey Mike's, there's several different places to eat, and then across the street there's some new places as well. In terms of other things, I think that's about it. I just want to thank you for being here. We are very privileged to have Dr. Michael Waymeyer here. He is a noted authority on self-determination, and it's really an area of need, especially for our young adults with autism. The largest population that we serve and that we register right now with our agency is 15 and up. And so we just finished a grant with the DD Council with the UCF card, and real concerned about some of the things that our young adults are not receiving. So hopefully all of you are here, shows us that you're interested in this area, and that it's a very, very important area and important skills for our young adults in order to be independent and successful and be able to reach their potentials. So I'm very happy to have Dr. Michael Waymeyer here from the University of Kansas. He's a noted authority on self-determination. He's written all the textbooks. So we had him a couple years ago. So we're very happy to have him here. If you would warmly welcome him. Thank you.
Good morning. It's nice to be here. It's been as hot in Kansas as it is here, I think, so I don't feel like I'm getting warmth for the first time this summer. So we have the day together, and I want to start by just thanking you for first being here. I'm usually, as they say, preaching to the choir. Folks who are here because they've invested in these issues. They know it's important, and one of the outcomes, I hope, is that you will recharge your batteries and reinforce your commitment to promoting the self-determination of children, youth with and without disabilities. And then just thank you for the role that you have in whatever role that is in supporting the education and support of young people on the spectrum and young people with disabilities. There's too few of us out there, and I really value each and every one of you for making those commitments and making a difference in the lives of young people. So what I want to try to go through today are, I want to spend this morning talking about sort of big picture issues that I think are impacting the relative importance of issues of self-determination. Those of us who have focused on secondary education and transition have been dealing and focusing on issues around self-determination for the better part of 30 years now, amazingly so. It was the late 1980s, early 1990s that the U.S. Department of Education, the Office of Special Ed Programs, used to have a secondary education and transition services branch that in 1990 began funding some model demonstration projects to promote self-determination. And over that almost 30-year period, as I'll show you later on this morning, I think we've built a very strong evidence base that this is really critically important, not only for transition, but for life and for school. So we're familiar with this, but I want to talk about some of the trends in education in general and in special education that I think are making a focus on self-determination even more important. So I'm going to start by sort of talking about some big picture issues, and then I'll spend the last part of this morning, we'll take a break, and then I'll spend the last part of this morning talking about really kind of drilling down what we mean by issues of self-determination and why it's important. Then you'll have the lunch opportunity and the chance to, sounds like, get some additional free things. And then we'll come back and we'll talk about assessment in self-determination. We'll talk about student involvement in educational planning. And then for the last hour, hour and a half or so, I'm going to go through some evidence-based practices to promote self-determination. We're not really set up well for small group work, but we have an opportunity. I'll try to. By then, you know, there's the ancient, some ancient wise person said that the mind can absorb only as much as the butt can endure. So I recognize that by early afternoon or later in the afternoon, we'll be getting to that point where our mind is more focused on not sitting any longer. So we'll have a chance to just get in small groups and talk a little bit about the self-determined learning model of instruction specifically. So I have become conscious over the years of not killing trees with handouts, and always there's a limit to the number of handouts that you can really reasonably send out. So as an alternative, I have created a wiki. This is the URL for the wiki. You'll see it again later on. I've put it up, I think, a couple times, but it's just waymeyer.pbworks.com. And let me show you, when you, and I've set this up so that there is an FAU card folder. So if you go to this website, you're going to come to you don't have, first of all, don't try to sign in. That messes everything up, okay? So everything you need to access, you can access without logging in. So it's just, you go to this URL, and you go to this tab that says Pages and Files, okay? And from that, it's pretty evident that I have a folder here called FAU Card, okay? And I'll keep this. I don't have any storage space limits, I don't think, so I'll just keep it up for as long as there, so these resources are there. And there's actually 2 pages of resources. So if you click on that FAU card folder, you can. I have put up uploaded research articles. If you're wanting, I'll be talking a little bit about the research. I've uploaded teachers' guides to various things that I'll be talking about. Just a whole host of resources pertaining to issues of self-determination. And you'll see on the second page, you have the PowerPoints from this presentation that are available to you. So hopefully these will be things that will be of interest. Again, I'll keep it up there. Any of the research that I talk about is here, as well as I've mentioned, the teacher's guide. And as I think about it, I'll mention when there's something that might be of utility. So just that easy. You just have to, when you get to the login, you go to the URL and just click over to Pages and Files. So that's all you have to remember. With that, no, you can't, because the door prizes are at the end. So, you know. I like to start by, again, talking about some of the big picture issues that are driving. How many of you are familiar with the Convention for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the United Nations? If you're not, it's pretty easy to find. It's a statement of rights of people with disabilities. And the very first thing that comes out of Article 3 are the general principles. And this statement says that the general principles of the CRPD involve respect for inherent dignity, individual autonomy, including the freedom to make one's own choices, and independence of persons. So I don't really think we can understate how important, for all of us, these issues of dignity and respect and autonomy and self-determination are part of what define us as persons. And if there are people who are denied the opportunities for autonomy, for respect, for dignity, then it really becomes a matter of human rights and human dignity. And we'll hear that when I talk a little bit about what people with disabilities themselves have to say about self-determination. If you look at the Article 24 is the education article within the CRPD. It states that obviously people with disabilities have a fundamental right to an inclusive education. And it talks about the right to full development of human potential and sense of dignity and self-worth, and the strengthening of respect for human rights, fundamental freedoms, human diversity, that people have a right to the development of talents, creativity, abilities, as well as their mental and physical abilities to their full potential, and then enabling people with disabilities to participate effectively in a free society. I think these may be as important an outcome of education as any, and yet we don't often think about that. We don't have statewide standardized tests for dignity and for worth and value, and yet I increasingly think that that more of a focus on this, and I think as I'll talk about in a moment, education is recognizing this, and we're slowly moving toward that. So you know, these conventions of basic human rights illustrate these issues of dignity, autonomy, choice, participation, value, worth, and you know, one of the paths to that, to attaining these, is by focusing on enabling young people to live self-determined lives and to promote and enhance self-determination. So I don't know you can get much bigger outcomes than human rights as articulated by the United Nations. But, you know, it's that important. Now, some of you will know that we haven't always, in our history, felt this way about disability and about people with disability. I was hired as a project director on one of the first 6 OSEP-funded model demonstration projects to promote the self-determination of youth with the condition we now call intellectual disability. And there was really nothing. When I started in 1990, there was exactly one reference to issues of self-determination and disability in all the literature, and it was from 1972, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. So these weren't issues that we focused on very much, and really, and as I began the work, I understood over time that much of what needs to happen is we need to dramatically change how disability is understood, because historically disability has been understood within an extension of the medical model. I know that's an old trope and people get tired of blaming the medical model, but you can't escape the fact that disability has been seen as a problem with health, and that disability was seen as an individual pathology, a problem within the person. And when thinking about disability this way, the person is seen as broken, as diseased, as pathological, as atypical, as aberrant. Choose your discipline. We each have different ways of articulating differentness, right? In fact, I've argued that in many ways, disability and people with disability has been seen as somehow not quite fully human. There's a reason the United Nations has to state a convention on the rights of persons with disabilities, because for some reason the other standards of conventions haven't been applied to people with disability because they've been seen as different. I've done a couple books looking at how people with disability have been treated for time immemorial. The first public school for young people and adults with disability was in the late 1840s. But by the 1880s, 1890s, we'd already developed this institutional system that by about 1920 became warehousing, and really the mission moved from habilitative to protecting society from these people who were viewed as menaces and associated with negative societal outcomes. You know, I think this is relevant to us because what model did we have of serving people with disability in 1975 when the Education for All Handicapped Children Act was passed? We had 150 years of segregation and homogeneous grouping, and we didn't have any knowledge. There's no evidence base to support that. It's just that that's the way we'd always done it. IDEA, what we now call IDEA, was amazingly progressive for 1975, incredibly progressive. But the founders, the people that established IDEA, they were working from an incomplete knowledge base about how to educate young people with disabilities. So much of our history disability has been seen as pathology, and that people with disability are seen as somehow not quite like the rest of us. I'm going to argue that's still the major way that disability is understood in our society. If you read newspaper articles about disability, the general public believes this and looks at disability as pathology and as brokenness. And frankly, if we are going to achieve the kinds of outcomes for young people on the spectrum and young people with disabilities in general, we've gone as far as we can go within this model. So we've got to think of other ways of moving forward. And fortunately for us, there have been other ways that have emerged. So in 2012, I had the opportunity to edit the Oxford Handbook of Positive Psychology and Disability. Now, this is a big, thick thing that, you know, I'm not trying to sell you. It's way too expensive. But the point is simply that 10 years earlier, I would not have been able to edit this book because we didn't have a language that talked about positive aspects of disability. We didn't have a language that associated positive attributes and in the emerging field of positive psychology with disability. But in the last 10, 15 years, we have in fact begun to develop a strengths-based approach. And it's due to these two World Health Organization taxonomies. For a long time, the World Health Organization has issued about every 10 years a new international classification of diseases and disorders, ICD. And if you're a clinician, particularly in much of the world outside the U.S., but in the U.S. as well, the ICD is how you classify disease and disorder. And up until 1980, autism, intellectual disability, learning disabilities, behavioral issues, they were all classified as diseases within the ICD. There was no other way to talk about or think about. It was disease and disorder. And of course, what is a disease? It's a pathology that you have. You got it, right? So in 1980, and to give the medical field its due here, through the 70s, it became increasingly evident to medical practitioners and to folks in healthcare that for long-term health-related issues, so chronic long-term health-related issues, the standard medical model was not very helpful. For people living with arthritis, people living with diseases that did not, immediately result in death or, something else, that they needed a new model, a new way of thinking about. So what emerged was the International Classification of Impairments, Disabilities, and Handicaps, ICIDH. And I'll give you my kind of shortcut to understanding this, but for the first time, the ICIDH looked at disability not as a function of the person, but as a function of the interaction between a person's health status, the environments in which they lived, learned, worked, and played, and increasingly their personal characteristics. So it began to look at disability. And then in 2001, the International Classification of Functioning Disability and Health replaced the ICIDH. This is the ICF. It's readily available online if you're at all interested in learning more about it. But it really took those ideas to the next step. And it said that we can't understand disability in the context of disease as pathology, that we need to understand disability within the context of the interactions between a person's health, the environments, the person's characteristics, their strengths, and their abilities. So here's my simplistic way of illustrating this. So this is our historic model of disability, right? So disability is understood as residing within the person, and we have an immense battery of assessments that are geared to determining personal incompetence. And get services by showing that you're incompetent, right? And so, in fact, the only people that make any money in our field are people that develop these assessments. I mean, think about what assessments come into IEPs. It is seen as residing within the person. It's shown by personal incompetence. But these new models of disability, particularly the ICF, takes a different approach. It says, first of all, let's begin with personal competence. What is their strengths? And then let's look at the demands of the environment. What do you have to do in order to work in this context? And I should point out that these models look at typical everyday environments and contexts. Okay? So we're looking at what do you need to do to be able to function successfully in typical work, living, community, school environments. And disability resides only in the gap between what you can do, what you're good at, what your abilities are, and the demands of the environment, these typical environments in which you want to function successfully. And the degree to which reduce the gap between what people can do and the demands of the environment such that people can function successfully, the impairment that resulted in disability doesn't go away. You still have autism, still have Down syndrome, but disability to some degree becomes irrelevant. If people are doing exactly the same thing as everyone else, but they're using different kinds of supports to be successful, then in what way is that person disabled, right? So I see these models as very empowering for those of us in education, because the fix-it model of education has not worked very well. We focus much too much energy, much too much time on fixing and changing. Now then, as educators, our role is to enhance personal capacity and personal competence. So we play a huge role in that, okay? We want to enable young people to do more things, to read, write, learn to, be successful in science, in whatever it is we're teaching. But also, we know how, the good news is, we know how to modify and change environments that enable people to be successful, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So, we're enhancing personal capacity, we're looking at ways to modify and enhance and change environments, and then we're providing supports, just generalized supports. I don't know how I traveled before smartphones, right? I mean, now you're anywhere in the world, you can plug in the address you need to get there, and you get there. It's pretty amazing. Now that's a support that enables me to function successfully in contexts and environments. I was in Tokyo several years ago, and all of logically, all of the signs, the street signs, are in Japanese iconographic icons, graphics. And I was at a hotel that was about a half a mile from the university that I was supposed to go to a meeting at. And I looked at my map before I headed out, and I thought, okay, because I didn't want to, this was back before you could get cheap internet overseas, right? So I didn't want to turn on my phone because I would pay a lot of money. So I looked at the map and thought, okay, I just go here, here, here. And of course, what did I do? I got lost almost immediately. I decided it was better to turn on and pay the charges to get to where I wanted. And so I fired up the phone and used GPS to get me where I wanted to go. So, it was an environment in which, in some level, if you want, I was impaired. I didn't speak the language. I don't read the language. I was not able to function, as somebody who was a native Japanese. So we all use these kinds of supports day in and day out. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the role of technology in all of this. Technology is not just for convenience anymore, right? If you want to apply for a job in today's age, where do you start? The internet. You got to go to websites, you got to download forms you fill out, you got to submit stuff. If you can't do that, if you're not able to navigate the website, then basically you are denied the opportunity to get jobs, right? So it's not, these kinds of things are not just convenience anymore. So, these changing understandings of disability are, I think, empowering for a number of reasons. So some of these implications, first of all, they're strengths-based. And that alone is a huge change, right? We've tried to implement sort of a strengths-based planning approaches. Certainly, some of you will be, I'm sure, engaged in person-centered planning, which is very strengths-based. But in far too many schools across this country, IEPs are still focused mainly on what students can't do, right? And even the strengths-based, what is it that, the PLAF, the performance level of academic and functional performance that is on everything, that's supposed to be illustrating strengths and areas of need, but it almost never gets to strengths. And we just, as long as we're thinking of young people as broken or as different somehow, we're going to dwell on these impairments and what students can't do. I'll give a very extreme but true-to-life example. For a year, I was a psychologist at a state institution for people with intellectual disability in Texas, Fort Worth. I had finished my doctorate. I didn't want to go back into the same teaching role that I'd been in for far too long. Things weren't moving as quickly as I liked, and the state institution was under a class action lawsuit. And when I interviewed the psychologist, I asked the psychologist what his goal was, and he said to shut the place down. I said, okay, I can get on board with that. So in many ways, it was a very compelling year. You learned something. This was an institution that had been built in 1978. So the facilities were pretty new. I was working there in the late 80s, so, it was a decade old. These were not old, crumbling, they had nice furniture, but you can put lipstick on a pig and it's still a pig. It was an institution, and I learned so much about why segregating people is the wrong thing to do. But I was the psychological support for a unit that in which young men with quite extensive physical impairments as well as cognitive impairments, health-related issues, and we were getting ready to have the annual required habilitation meeting for one young man. I had spent a little time with him. He had a really big smile. He interacted. He was somebody that I thought you immediately sort of liked and wanted to support. He had really extensive physical and health-related issues. And we got to the meeting. The case manager for the social worker for this unit was responsible for completing the paperwork, and part of that was to start. This was 1989. The first box was, what are Johnny's strengths? right? So 1989, we're talking about this. And so we started this meeting, and she said, you know, I'd like to introduce you to Johnny. Johnny is blah, 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 blah. He has this, he has that. And his strengths are, and then there was this pause. And I thought, uh-oh, things are not going to go well. She said, his strengths are that he has a prepaid burial plan. Amazing, isn't it? You know, and this wasn't an evil human being. This was somebody who was overworked, underpaid, who was in a helping, quote, profession, but she couldn't see past the severity and the extensiveness of the supports that he needed to be successful in anything. All she could see was the disability. And when we focus on impairment, when we focus on deficits, we may not always have that kind of extreme reaction, but too many of the plefs that I read are really just a litany of what young people cannot do, right? So it's strengths-based. We begin by focusing on what young people like to do, what they're good at, and trying to enhance that. For those of you who work in secondary education, years ago I read something by Dorothy Lipsky and Alan Gartner, who were early on really important in moving our field toward a more inclusive mindset. And they were talking about if we did college the way we do too many transition programs in the country, what we would do in college is you would come in and you would take a battery of tests to determine the 10 things that you were worst at, your own personal suck list. I don't think they use the term suck list, that's just mine. And that you would spend 4 years getting a little bit better at those 10 things that you're worst at. And that's sort of a broad brush accusation of transition, but you know, there's just a little bit too much truth to that for many of our comforts. We spend way too much time in education identifying what students are worst at and trying to get students a little better at that. And what Lipsky and Gardner said, we ought to do transition like we do college. And how do we do college? You identify 10 things that you're good at. And you identify 10 things that you love to do. And somewhere on those two lists, something is going to overlap. There's going to be things that you're good at and that you love to do. And then you spend 4 years getting a lot better at those things that you're good at and you love to do. That's what transition in secondary education ought to look like for young people on the spectrum and young people with disabilities. In fact, it ought to look like that for every kid in high school, right? So we begin with a strengths focus. Disability becomes part of and not apart from typical human functioning. It's a critical element. It's been in the prologue to IDEA, the prologue to the Rehab Act. It talks about disability as being part of the normative experience of human functioning, right? That's going back to the mid-90s. And yet, still we're sort of floundering because you can't really believe that if you believe that disability and deficit and the historic understanding. So within these contexts, disability is just a part of typical human functioning. Whether you walk, whether, you know, what level, you know, what things you can do in terms of reading, and math, none of that defines us as human beings, right? So we see disability as simply a part of the continuum of typical human functioning. So there are also shifts of focus on the environment and the context and on sports. We don't quit trying to enhance capacity. That's a critical role. But we're not doing this in the context of fixing deficits either, right? So we're looking at the environments. What can we do to change environments? And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. It emphasizes supports and not programs. I'm going to talk about supports in a moment, but it's a supports paradigm is really important if we're going to operationalize these ideas of that the ICF and what I'll call person-environment fit models of disability. I like that because it looks at what's the person, what are they good at, what's the environment, what are the demands, and how do we fit, how do we engage to fit and reduce the gap. So these are, we look at personalized supports, and I'll come back to this again in a moment. I will say that I think that one of the features of public education in the years that I've been, and I spent a decade as a public and United Way agency back when kids with the most extensive support needs were not in school districts. So I taught in a couple of private agencies, and then I taught in public schools, kids with the most extensive support needs. And you know, we create programs to try to operationalize innovation, right? So we create programs. The initial Public Law 94-142 created programs, homogeneously grouped young people based upon IQ level. You know, you went to this class. You know, I'm going to talk about personalization versus individualization. We're proud of our capacity to individualize. I think that we actually have skill sets around individualization, but over time, what has determined a kid's curriculum is more about where they're placed than what they could possibly learn. If you go to the classroom for kids with, quote, moderate intellectual disability, you're going to get the same curriculum as every other kid in that class. It's just the way it works. I've seen it on IEPs. I've seen it, you know, it just happens. When we group people together like that, we begin to make curriculum decisions based upon proxies, IQ, and supposed levels of impairment. So we need to move away from this. You know, I mean, how many inclusion programs exclude some young people because of the severity of their disability, right? Talk about not getting the gist of, of innovation. You know, if some kids are excluded from the inclusion program, then we've got a problem, right? And we see it with multi-tiered systems of supports. My own department several years ago gave an award to a school district in Kansas that had implemented a very innovative multi-tiered system of supports, process, and program. And you know, they were being recognized for their hard work. Good people had spent a lot of time, and yet there weren't kids with the most severe disabilities in that because they were served in a separate high school still. So again, we implement programs, and in those programs we set parameters by which some people get in, and we begin to create curriculum decisions based upon programs instead of what young people really need. There's a focus in these models on participation, and I'll come back to that in a moment, but what we're seeking is full active participation. The UN CRPD talks about this, and I think it's as important an outcome as we can. And then along with all of this, there is an emphasis on promoting and supporting self-determination. So let me talk a minute about supports versus programs. Supports, and I've been involved with the American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities. We've developed two measures. You know, it's true that you measure what you value and you value what you measure, right? So what we found was that these models of illustrated by the ICF, these person-environment fit models, you know, they were around as early as the 1980s. 2001 was the sort of the beefed up version, and yet these were not being adopted anywhere in the US, right? And part of it was there were not good measures to look at supports. We're talking about supports. So the supports are defined in this case as anything that promote the interests and the causes of the person with or without disability. So again, we all use supports to function in our daily lives that enable people to access opportunities, information, relationships inherent within inclusive, integrated work, living, school environments,
and that result in enhanced interdependence, productivity, community inclusion, life satisfaction, and human functioning, improved human functioning. A support is anything. It's anything at all that has the result of enhancing a person's interdependence, productivity, all of these things. So it's money. It can be money from systems. It can be another person. It can be education. Education is a critical support because we enhance personal capacity. It can be transportation, anything that enables people to function more successfully, to improve the quality of their lives and their life satisfaction. And we're interested in identifying, and what the SIS does, the Sports Intensity Scale, and there's a children's version that's fairly new, the SIS-C. I think it'll take a while to get it integrated, but we've got a new federal project that's creating resources for teachers who use the SIS to identify what areas of support students have. So these sports intensity scales, they measure a student's support needs, not the level of their impairment. It's about how much support, what type, intensity, and duration, what intensity of support do you need to be successful. So the comparison point is success in typical context. And, you know, like everyone else, students vary according to what areas. Some young people may be very successful at home and they need a lot of supports, but in learning in school they may need supports, or employment they may need, you know. So all of these things are, you create a profile of a person's areas of strengths and areas of support needs. And again, we moved away from assessing capacity in any way, shape, or form. This is assessing the support that you need to be able to function successfully. So we're looking at supports and not personal capacity. And you know, I mean, think about it. I mean, this is something that is needed for all young people, really. People have different levels of strengths. It gets us away from diagnosis as being very important. It doesn't matter whether you have Down syndrome or autism. If you have some level of support in similar areas, you're probably going to need the same kinds of supports or instruction or whatever else. So it's moving us away, and I hope eventually it'll move us away from our current diagnose and qualify kind of thing, because that's a medical model. I mean, it is. It just is. Okay. So supports are a personalized array that enable people to function successfully, to improve the quality of their life in environments. Is this relevant for autism spectrum disorder? Anyone seen DSM-5? What is the severity level now determined by? Substantial support, very substantial support, and requiring support. So, you know, the language in these is still too deficits-oriented for my liking, but the DSM is put out by a medical group, right? So, so we understand that. But it's moving. They recognize that it's important to begin to move away from classifications that use IQ, that use other measures of personal competence or incompetence, and they're moving toward a way of thinking about support and support needs. So I mentioned participation. The ICF, the International Classification of Functioning Health and Disability, looks at participation as a critical part of understanding disability. So this diagram is from the ICF. You look at the health condition, because it is relevant, right? I mean, if you have cerebral palsy, if you have autism, I mean, there are going to be aspects of that are relevant. So you look at impairments, what they call body structure and function. That means literally how does the health condition impact those. They look at how does it impact activity and participation. So it's not just that you score poorly on IQ testing, it's that you may have intellectual impairment, but it also impacts your activity, and your full participation. But that's mediated by environmental factors and supports as well as personal factors. All of us, some people are just more resilient than others. Some people have personal characteristics that enable them to function where others don't. And it becomes areas of support needs. So activities in ICF are the execution of a task or an action by a person. So we can think about activities. I mean, that kind of rings true. We know what activities are in your day-to-day function, right? You got up this morning, you got dressed, you had breakfast, you navigated your way here. So you had a whole series of activities. I mean, we're pretty good at task analyzing activities already, so we know activities. Participation, the ICF views as broader. It's the sort of cumulative effect of activities and results in full involvement in a life situation. We've talked about participation as a person's self-determined involvement in a pattern of life, roles, life situations, activities. I'm a father. I have 2 adult sons. My role has changed as they've moved out, but I have that role. I'm a teacher educator. I have a role in that context. I'm a partner, my spouse, I have roles. So we all have different roles and identities in our life, right? We have different life situations, life stages, and activities. So we think self-determined involvement in a pattern of life means that a person is active, intentional, volitional, goal-directed, sustained, and connected engagement in their life. So I'm acting in all of these roles in ways that really are self-governed, that are self-determined. Obviously, it's not just doing what I want to do, and we'll come back to that when we talk after the break about self-determination. And pattern of life are all these roles and situations. So participation becomes really the ultimate outcome, I think, of education. We want full participation in life for young people when they leave school. We want them to be parts of the communities. We want them to play roles. If they love baseball, we want them to be engaged in baseball and have that role as a baseball player. We want them to have relationships and to have friends and to have loved people who love them and they love in their life. We want them to have meaningful jobs in which they get not only adequate pay, but also all of the things, the benefits around social and other things that happen with employment. Those are full participation. And that's really, I think, an important objective, and that these ways of thinking about disability put full participation in the center point. Where did the medical model get us in some of these things? Sheltered workshops. Work activity centers, day hab. I mean, we've known, again, we go back 40, 50 years now in terms of priority on the community, and yet we're stuck in most of our social services at the adult level in the 1980s. Group homes remain about the only option for people who can't live independently. We've done an abysmal job of meaningful employment. What is it, 17%? Is the employment rate of people with disabilities in America. It's hovered between 17 and 20% over many years. So, and I think part of the reason is because we're still operating too many times from these old and no longer useful ways of thinking about disability. So, what are implications for the education of learners with disabilities? So, shameless plug. I've got a new book out from Teachers College Press called Strengths-Based Approaches to Educating All Learners with Disabilities Beyond Special Education. It was triggered as I got to thinking about it because I had the opportunity to speak at the U.S. Department of Education's 40th anniversary of IDEA. And I got to thinking about how important IDEA was. And that led me to begin to think about the fact that it was 40 years ago. And a lot has changed in society. Now it's 45 years ago, right? I mean, we're heading up on the 50th anniversary in 2015, or in 2025. A lot has changed. And IDEA has been such a powerful tool I mean, I was a public school teacher and saw young people coming into adolescence with extensive support needs coming into school for the very first time in their life because of IDEA in the early 1980s. It made a huge difference. It opened the door. But it was operating under incomplete understandings of the best ways to do this. So Teachers College Press is a little bitty thin book, so it's not a text in the traditional text. But I think and a lot of what is in that book you'll hear today. So, the good news is, you're going to get most of what's in the book. So what are the implications of moving to these strengths-based approaches to disability and to education? Well, the good news is we already do a lot of this, right? So think about universal design for learning, right? We all familiar with UDL. I'll talk just a minute about it. But universal design for learning is basically the remediation of deficient contexts. Through functional assessment, we identify why young people are engaging. It assumes that what we call problem behavior has communicative intent, that young people are communicating something when they engage in that, and that we got to figure out why they're doing this, what is ultimately causing this, and then through I'm sorry, I switched over to PBIS. Let's start with PBIS. I'll come back to UDL. PBIS. So we've got PBIS is the remediation of deficient context. We've got we do this by setting up environments and contexts that recognize positive behavior, that put in place individualized supports for students, that address and make the problem behavior unnecessary for students and teach them ways to get what they want, right? And what is that? So we've got the context. We're changing the context. We're giving young people abilities, and we're moving, that person-environment fit kind of thing. It's a perfect example. What changes as much as anything in PBIS is the context. Going back to UDL, Universal Design for Learning is providing curriculum, instructional materials in ways that all young people can access it, right? So what changes if the curriculum is the context and the rest of the kids in 7th grade are reading Bud Not Buddy or Road to Terabithia or one of these Newbery Award-winning books that are really not only compelling books, but they're instruction on how to live in our life, right? It's about how do you live with people who are different? How do you navigate as an adult? That's what these books really are ultimately about. If you're sitting in the back reading something different because you can't read, then you're not only not reading a good book, you're not getting those life lessons that everyone else is getting. But we can take that same text and we can create digital talking books that enable anyone to read along with everyone else. In fact, there's commercially available. I use the illustration of these Newbery Award books. There's a program that Scholastic publishes called Thinking Readers that are UDL-based versions of these books that every middle schooler in America reads. And they use text-to-speech you can have the book read to you, you can highlight text, you can have text defined and words defined. There are multiple ways of providing, one of the ways you learn to read is word prediction, or predicting what the next thing will happen in a story, right? So you can do that. If you can't type, you can just give your answer into a microphone and put there. So it's a very powerful way, and it changes the context. In this case, the context is the curriculum. It changes it in ways that all people can be successful. And through that, we're going to be able to enhance personal capacity around reading. So we have these models. I'll talk a minute about the role of technology in all of this. I've already talked a little bit about that. School-wide applications, I think, PBIS, multi-tiered system supports are examples of what we've learned. We used to focus just at the classroom level. What we've learned, I think, is that real change happens at the campus-wide level, school-wide, and that engages all learners, right? Not just learners with disabilities. We've got a major project going on in Delaware and Maryland right now where we're implementing the self-determined learning model of instruction, which I'll talk about this afternoon, as a Tier 1 intervention for every student in inclusive high schools. Every student, kids with and without disabilities, because it's not just kids with disabilities that need support, right? Personalized learning, we're heading toward an era of personalized learning. I'll talk in a moment about that. It puts the focus on issues of self-determination and self-determined learning and student-directed learning and active involvement in educational planning. So these are the ways that we begin to implement the models that are more strengths-based. And like I said, the good news is we know some of these things. And the better news is we know how to do this when our general educators begin looking for kinds of things. And I'll come back to that in a minute. How does this change what we do? How does focus on these strengths-based approaches change what we do? My colleague, Carrie Sjogren, and I have been involved with a group, the VIA group. It's a nonprofit, and they publish the VIA Inventory of Strengths. And this is freely available. You can Google VIA Inventory of Strengths, and you got to give them your email address and your name, but then you can take the VIA inventory, and it gives you a list of your strengths, of your character strengths, and they're grouped in 6 major areas: wisdom, courage, humanity, justice, temperance, transcendence, and then there are, I think, 24 sub-areas. So when's the last time you saw an IEP that had a focus on a student's kindness and generosity as a focus area of improving and taking advantage of? Humility, forgiveness, gratitude, hope, humor, honesty, bravery. These people with disabilities have these things. We just never talk about them, right? I mean, we just never talk about them. There is a cottage industry of measuring deficits, and there are very few ways of measuring what people are good at and what strengths they have. What we did was we went in, we wanted to create a guide, a supplement for youth with intellectual and developmental disabilities to participate in the VIA. We didn't want a special VIA. We didn't want a separate VIA. We wanted young people to participate in the same inventory that all young people, and there's an adolescent youth version, so that's what this focused on. Some of the practices that can be used, so I know a teacher who, at the start of the year, all of the students in his class, he's like a 6th grade teacher, take the VIA. And the VIA gives you your top 5 character strengths. What are the things that really define you in terms of character strengths? And then what he has the students do is to just make a pie plate. We used to teach clock by having pie plates that had 2 hands on it. Well, this just has 1 hand on it, and it's got each student's 5 character strengths. Before every student comes into the class that day, he sets the pie plate to one of their character strengths, and then the students have to demonstrate that character strength 3 times over the period of time they're in that class. You got 20 some odd kids all trying to show kindness and wisdom and courage and bravery and whatever else. It changes the atmosphere, doesn't it? There's lots of ways that we can begin to change the climate and change how things happen. Let me talk very quickly about UDL. We've talked, I talked a little bit already. Universal design is the design of products and environments to be usable by all people. So that was the original idea, as illustrated by this universally designed entranceway, right? The key to universal design is that it's the design. So you don't have to go back and retrofit anything, right? People can access and use products and gain access to environments because they're designed in ways to do this. And of course, we've applied that to universal design for learning. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the UDL guidelines. If you haven't been to the CAST website, cast.org, lots and lots of resources. There's a teacher sharing page there where you can see how other teachers have created universally designed books on topics across all ages. The definition I like the most about UDL is not from CAST. CAST is, they talk about multiple means of representation, action, expression, and engagement, and this is very small print, I recognize, but much of this focuses on issues around self-determination. It's not just what you're doing to the media, but you're enhancing a student ability to optimize individual choice and autonomy, enable young people to self-assess and reflect. So a lot of these guidelines focus on student self-determination and self-direction. But the definition I like, Ray Orquist and Kathleen McLean were at CEC at the time, and they put out a little publication. They define it as the design of instructional materials, the same thing as, it's about how we design instructional materials, that allows the learning goals to be achievable by individuals with wide differences in their abilities to see, hear, speak, move, read, write, understand English, attend, organize, engage, and remember. That's every kid in school right there. That is every kid in school, So, we need to, and I think as we look at personalized learning, which we'll talk about in a moment, we'll see much more of a focus on these issues of universal design. I think this might be a good time to take a break, so why don't we take 15 minutes, come back at 10:30, and we can continue talking about this and then wrap up with our discussion for the morning of issues of what is self-determination and why is it important. So. Okay. My bad. Right now, well, the time is flying. In 2015, there were about 1 billion objects connected through the World Wide Web. Okay? And by 2017, that was 15 billion. It's still mainly computers, devices, smartphones, but increasingly you begin to see things like your automobile. If you've purchased a new automobile in the last few years, there's lots of computerized parts to that. The estimates are by 2020, so only a year away, there will be 50 billion objects connected to the World Wide Web. What are those objects? They're going to be your microwave, because now Amazon is selling microwaves that respond to Alexa, so you can say, Alexa, nuke that baby and it'll go. Your stove, your air conditioning, you can always buy all these smart home things, right? We're going to get to a point where technology can support us to do most everyday things without us really necessarily having to do them ourselves, right? We're already seeing some of this. And that's going to make a huge difference for people with cognitive or social limitations and support needs. They're going to be able to use technology that's commercially available, that's readily available. I think the ideas of personal agents, and those are things like Siri and Google Nest and Alexa, Amazon Alexa, opened all new doors for where technology is going to be able to go. So, we're going to get to a point, I honestly believe, and we're not that far away from it, we're going to get to a point where what you can't do won't matter. It's what supports do you have in place to let you and to support you to do what you want to do. We've seen that in the past. When I was teaching, you had to have some level of math ability to be a checker, a grocery store clerk, a checkout. You had to be able to enter information into a cash register. You had to be able to give change. There was counting, there was adding, there was subtracting to be done. You don't need that anymore, right? Now all you need to do is be able to scan a barcode. The cash register is a computer. It can tell you how much to give out in terms of change. It'll spit out. We're going to see dramatic changes in these things so that, as I said, it will matter more about what kinds of supports you have. So, this sort of, I want to talk just briefly about the importance of understanding changes in education in general. And I've spent the last 5 or 6 years kind of trying to read more deeply about these changes in education, because I think we've all heard these things are happening. I think it's slowly changing, but I believe that we are heading into an era where what we know about personalizing and individualizing instruction will become really important. So the National Education Agency, as part of the P21 consortium, P21 is 21st century education skills. NEA is part of that, and they released a document looking for preparing 21st century students for a global society. It said, in the modern flat world, the 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic, simply aren't enough. If today's students want to compete in this global society, they must become proficient communicators, creators, critical thinkers, and collaborators, the 4 C's. You see these kinds of sort of 21st century skills taxonomies, but they all are around these kinds of skills, and they focus, all of these 21st century models focus on the student as the learner. Michael Fullan has his deep learning models. He talks about deep learning increases student engagement in the learning through personalization and ownership and connects students to the real world, which is often more reflective of their own reality and cultural identity. So these issues that we've been talking about around student engagement, around student direction of learning are going to become really as important as, memorizing lists of things. Again, in a society in which you can Google anything you want, where do we begin to draw a line on what young people memorize, right? I mean, they're just going to forget it. I've forgotten, 99% of what I learned in high school, so. But I can Google it. I can find it. I have the privilege of working with somebody named Young Zhao. Young is a very influential thinker in entrepreneurship and creativity and 21st century learning. And he talks about the fact that today, a lot of the traditional tasks that required a homogeneous set of skills and knowledge are now being performed by machines. Artificial intelligence, robotics are changing the workforce dramatically. And he says that what that is resulting is, and that may be a scary thing for us, because often the kinds of jobs that young people with disability have been matched with have been these kind of entry-level, kind of jobs. Now then, I'm going to argue, we've been lousy about actually getting them those jobs. And those jobs often don't get you much above poverty level wages anyway. So, but does that mean there's nothing out there? But what Young argues, and I think compellingly, is that as society changes in these ways, and as the economic structure and the global society changes, what it means is the full spectrum of human talents become economically valuable. A decade ago, if your son or daughter said, I want to be a video game graphic artist, you probably would have said, oh my gosh, you'll never get a job in that. It's not I know you love to play video games, but that's not really a career. You know what? It is a career. And had your son or daughter gone into it 10 years, they would be making a lot of money in a lot of places. I mean, what they say, that every 5 years the knowledge available to mankind doubles at 5-year paces, and that we all of a sudden have to begin to prepare young people for jobs that don't exist right now, right? How do we do that? Well, we do it by focusing on these 4 C's and by focusing on enabling young people to personalize learning, to self-direct, to self-engage learning. Society is moving to a circumstance in which the idea of entering a job and staying in that job for a period of time and getting, bumps up as you go along, that will not exist. It doesn't exist. My nephew started to work at Facebook after he got his computer science degree, and he's at Facebook, and he's really enjoyed this, but they were in town. He's only been there 3 or 4 years. He says, I think I want something different. I think I want to change. And that's what a career is going to look like as we move in the future. People are going to have a set of talents that they take to places, that they move around, that, as these new directions go, they're going to be able to take advantage of those things. And so what we really need is to enable young people to be able to self-direct their own lives. In career and vocational counseling, they're talking about life design skills. So Young Zhao, I would, if you're interested in thinking about how schools could be different, a little book he did for Corwin called Reach for Greatness, Personalizable Education for All Children. He sort of disavowed the idea of personalized learning because it's been co-opted by large companies wanting to sell you software. If you Google personalized learning, you're going to get, but what's been at the heart of personalized learning really since the beginning has been the fact that it's based on student choices and it enhances student voice and self-regulation of learning. So he suggests this personalizable education. He says the educational status quo is based on two basic but flawed assumptions. First, there is a set of skills and knowledge everyone must have in order to live a successful life in the world. That was a 20th century truism that really isn't true anymore, right? And yet it's often how many of our schools are structured. And secondly, he says the flawed presumption is that all children are capable of and interested in acquiring that set of skills and knowledge at a similar pace. Right now, if you're a good student, you're a good learner, and you're willing to put up with learning things that you don't care that much about, you can be successful in today's schools. But if you're not willing to put up with that, you're not going to be successful. My youngest son was one of these kids that he didn't care about grades. He didn't care about, he was not going to memorize the chemical list of things. But he's in med school now, so he's bright, he's capable. He was not going to sit his butt down in a chair and listen to somebody lecture to him. Happily for us, the district we were in opened up a career and professional studies campus where his junior and senior year he could go over half a day. He got engaged in their life and biosciences program. He had great teachers, and they spent half a day learning something, and then they would take it out into the community. And it was project oriented, it was driven by student interests, and it made all the difference in the world. He would not be in med school today had he not had that experience. I don't know where he would have been, but it was that experience that, and so Young, he talks about the fact that what is valued will be changing as these economic and world of work begin to change, and that we need to take advantage of that. We need to figure out what young people are really good at and put them in the context of being able to sell that. It's a little bit like supported employment and self-employment, which we've done for years. You acquire a set of skills, and that becomes something that you're able to take somewhere else. He talks about the fact that we need to rethink individualization, and I think he's right. The education system rarely cares about children's individual passions or talents and emphasizes primarily the, quote, talents of being a good student, following rules, doing homework, getting good grades, and passing tests. And I just think that's really true. It resonates with me. And so how they show that learning, how they acquire the skills and knowledge, it's focused on their passions and their interests. Shared ownership, schools students are co-owners with adults, teachers, administrators, cafeteria workers, paraeducators of what happens in school. I've thought for a long time, there was a really good book that Seymour Saracen did in the mid-90s. It was called The Predictable Failure of School Reform. So this preceded No Child Left Behind, but it was at a point where some of these more top-down models of school reform were beginning to sort of elbow everything else out of the way. And the basic point he was making in this book was that in these models that are hierarchical, where reforms come from the top down, from legislators to district leaders to, who's at the bottom? Who does everything flow down to? Teachers and students. And that unless we have models of reform that empower teachers and students, that they're always going to fail. And I think that's true. I think we've seen that in some ways as some of these experiments have played out. Ownership. there's a book called A School of Our Own by Samuel Levin and Susan Engel. Talks about Samuel Levin was a student, a young man entering high school who was sick of having to sit on his butt and listen to people and do things that everyone else told him to do. He was always complaining about it to his mother. His mother said, well, do something about it. So he went in and he said, look, I'd like to have us create, within the high school, some of us who want to do this create our own curriculum, we'll meet the standards, whatever standards you have there, but let us do this our own. So it's the story of that. It was very successful. Unfortunately, it's been hard to institutionalize, to take to scale, right? Just because. So, and it's about shared ownership, meaningful, flexibility in school, and value creation. Again, I'll let you look more about that from Young, but it's ways of thinking about schools that are markedly different. And when we move to these kinds of models, I think we have to up our game even in self-determination. And I'll talk about some ideas I have around self-determined learning that I think we know how to do this, but I think we've maybe limited ourselves a little bit. So why don't I spend some time here talking about what I mean by self-determination and why it's important that we spend all day here talking about this, right? So if you go to the dictionary, you're going to get basically two overarching definitions. One is the idea that people make things happen in their own life. This is just an old dictionary. Determination of one's own fate or course of action without compulsion. The second definition is more a political definition. So the rights of people and peoples to self-governance and independence. So if you just Google the term self-determination, the first 1,000 pages are going to be related to these political freedom and rights, okay? But we're talking, obviously within schools, we're talking about how do we enhance this personal sense of the term? How do we enable young people to make or cause things to happen in their lives? But if you listen to people with disabilities, these two meanings are intertwined. People with disabilities want the right to self-governance. They, as a people's, that is people with disability, want the right to make decisions that impact their lives, and that, as well as the opportunity for greater autonomy. I'll come back to that in a minute. If we look at the root of this term, self-determination, it springs from the philosophical doctrine of determinism, which comes out of John Locke in the late 1600s. And determinism is the idea that actions are caused by events or laws that precede it. So the key here is that when we talk about self-determination, it's about self-caused action, okay? Self-caused, self-determinism, self-caused versus other-caused. And that other might be another person making you act in certain ways. It might be a context in which somebody is relegated. One of the things I learned as a psychologist in a state institution is that there are very few opportunities for you to express personal preferences, to cause things to happen in your life. The menus are determined by state dietitians. They're bought months in advance from, so there's no, if you decide you want to go to Panda Express, you're hungry for that, that's not an option. So structures, and we do this in schools. It's one of the reasons that flexibility is really an important element of sort of personalizable education. So self-determined action is, and self-determination implies that people cause things to happen in their own lives. Now, as I said, within a disability context, there is a rights and an advocacy sense imbued that's related to that political or national sense of self-determination. People with disabilities stating their right as people to self-governance, to make decisions that impact their lives as opposed to other people or other structures impacting their lives. You'll hear an empowerment focus. Empowerment talks about the possibility of people exerting control in their lives. So when you hear people with disability talking about this, you often hear these messages about empowerment. Two examples here, John Paul Bovee on the left is a man with autism. When asked what does self-determination mean to him, he doesn't even use the term. He says, people with autism should be treated with the same dignity, respect, and equality as people without autism. So you hear that, you begin to hear that language that we saw in the CRPD. Dignity, respect, value. Bob Williams has been a major force in the disability policy area for years and years. He has personal experience with cerebral palsy. He's been the head of the administration on developmental disabilities. He's worked for the Social Security Administration. And in talking about self-determination, he says, we, meaning people with disabilities, don't have to be told what self-determination means. We know that it's just another word for a life filled with rising expectations, dignity, respect, and opportunities. So when you listen to people with disabilities, you hear very clearly that this, for them, is about opportunity. It's about being treated with dignity and with respect. And that they understand that without these opportunities for self-determination, they're not going to be able to live the lives they want to live and to fully participate in society, as we talked about previously. They understand, you know, and we define in almost every state in the nation, a few exceptions, but almost every state in the nation defines the age of majority as the age of 18, right? Is that true in Florida? In some cases it's 18 or graduation from high school. In a very few states it's 19. But basically, and at the age of majority, you can enter into contracts. You are viewed as an adult by the legal system and by society. But people with disabilities know that that alone is not enough to gain full participation and be viewed as meaningful contributors and citizens in society. They understand that unless they have the opportunities to live self-determined lives, to make or cause things to happen in their lives, then they won't have those opportunities. I mentioned earlier there was only one reference to self-determination in the literature when I started this work, my work in 1990, and that was from a book called Normalization that was published by Wolf Wolfensberger. For those of you who are familiar with that, this idea of normalization really completely changed how the adult services system operated. It was a major mover from going from large congregate state-run settings to community-based settings. And the ideas were that people had the rights to live, quote, normalized life, right? So in that text, which was very influential, there was a chapter by Bent Nurje. Bent Nurje was a Swedish philosopher, so comes out of self-determination understanding from philosophy. The chapter is self-determination, called The Right to Self-Determination, so you can already see some sense of the political or the rights-based. And he used the term both to refer to the rights of people, but also it's a call for individual or personal self-determination of people to be able to act based upon choices and preferences and interests. And it talks about, I mean, even to this day, the chapter clearly articulates the importance of self-determination to all people, not just people with disabilities. We don't think about it as much because we have the opportunities we need to live the life that we want. By and large, we live self-determined lives. I mean, we can, if you want to move to San Francisco and wear flowers in your hair, you can, But where we begin to see parallel is when we get toward end of life. My mother-in-law has lived with us for 4 years, and many, you know, as the number of older and elderly Americans increases, we see this more. What are the battles? The battles are around autonomy and self-determination and not being able to do the things that you want to do. So we see the same things begin to play out at end of life, and as we get elderly, we begin to lose some of these. And it's, you know, there's a great book out there, and I'll have to think of it. I'll come up with the title in a minute, but it's by a physician talking about how our system, end of life, fails people because we adopt a medical model where we think we ought to try to cure everyone. But one of the things that he really emphasizes is that people are happier, they have a better end of life if they're given choice and opportunity to live where they want to live and get supports from people. They want, you know, that in our society, that's not how we've structured end of life. Other societies do. I'll think of the name of that. It's really very powerful, and as I read it, I thought, this is all about self-determination. It's all it is. You know, it's the same thing that people with disabilities experience. You know, Nurier talks about the fact that unless you're enabled to live self-determined lives, you're not treated with the kind of respect and dignity to which all people are entitled. Okay? And, you know, very powerfully, one of the things he points out is that that people define themselves and others define them by the circumstances and the conditions of their lives. And I think that's one of the failures of our systems right now, is we've taught people that they're the problem, right? And they've come to believe that. And other people believe that about them, and so they have low expectations for them. They're broken, they're not going to be successful. It has to do, you know, so many people, and I've got a story here in a minute that illustrates that. In fact, it's this one. So I had a good friend, Ray Gagney. Ray was a man who had lived in an institution for part of his life, and then had left the institution and lived a full, rich life. He eventually became involved with the ARC, the movement founded by family members and people with disability. I got to know him. I worked at the ARC National Headquarters for a decade. I got to know Ray. He was head of the self-advocacy program for the ARC, and so the first book that I did in the mid-90s on self-determination, I wanted a person with a disability to write the foreword. So this was before email. So I called Ray and I said, Ray, will you write a foreword? And Ray was hesitant, you know, but I convinced him that really I just wanted him to answer the question, why is self-determination important to him? And not only was it pre-email, it was an era when fax machines were the cutting edge of technology. Now, those of you who are young enough not to have had to live through that era, thank your blessings, because fax machines were a nuisance. And you'll remember some of these fax machines, for those of us who lived with that era. You had to buy this special waxy paper that came on rolls. And so you get toward the end of the roll, these pieces of paper would roll up, you know, kind of like a papyrus. You had to force them open. But Ray faxed this to me, and you know, it came into the fax, and I looked at it, and I sent it directly to the publisher without changing the word. So here's what Ray said. He says, when I moved to New Bedford in Massachusetts, I wanted to open a checking account. I went over to the bank and gave the $10 to open the account and asked them if there would be a problem. Now this was, again, this would have been 70s. You really needed a checking account. There was no such thing as debit cards and You know, I mean, now my dog's been dead 5 years, and I still get credit card applications for my dog mailed to me, right? Anybody can get credit, but you know, he knew that he needed to have a checking account so that he could live independently. And so he asked if there would be a problem. They said no, but when I went back a couple of days later, they said they couldn't understand my signature. Ray had cerebral palsy. To be perfectly honest, he didn't have much of a signature. It was sort of wiggly lines. That's kind of like my signature, but nobody's ever denied me an opportunity to open up and pay their ridiculous account, right? So it was clearly discriminatory, but this is well before ADA, and this is where the story ends for many, many people. They believe they are the problem. Many, many people don't get a checking account. It impacts what they can go on. But Ray had had a series of experiences that had taught him that fundamentally he wasn't the problem, that he could do this. So Ray says, I thought about this and realized that I had a checking account before, so he'd had a checking account in the place that he'd lived before, and that it had worked just fine. So he knew that the problem was the bank, not him. And so he engaged in a problem-solving process. He said, the next morning I put on a suit and a tie, went down to the main branch. So he knew he needed to talk to somebody that could make an impact and not just, you know, some flunky who couldn't do anything about it. And Ray putting on a suit and tie was no mean feat. It took him a long time to get that, but he knew he needed to represent himself in ways that were valued by the community that he was going to be talking to. I asked to see the bank president. They told me he was in a meeting. I told them I would wait. So, you know, again, this is pre-ADA. Ray's in the middle of the bank lobby. Their one goal is to get him out. You know, he didn't leave when he was told to leave. What can we do? I waited for about 2 minutes and he came out. So plan B was get him his meeting and get him out, right? So Ray persevered. He went in. He brought me into a room and asked me what the problem was. I told him. I also brought my canceled checks and showed him that I'd had an account before. He apologized and I got my checking account. That is why self-determination is important to me. Life is solving a series of problems, some small, some big. But even the small ones, if you can't, with support, solve those problems, you're not going to be able to live the life that you want. So, you know, I think Ray's story illustrates so powerfully how important this is day in and day out. All right, so I've talked a little bit about what self-determination is. Basically, it's making or causing things to happen in your own life. Let me talk a little bit about what it's not, because there are some things that sort of get conflated and misunderstood. First of all, it's not about controlling your life. And I point that out because for people, many people continue to believe that people with disabilities cannot control their own lives, and thus they don't even try. You know, we have good evidence that the more extensive the support needs a person has, the more severe disability, the less likely somebody is going to be trying to promote self-determination with them, because they think it won't matter. And yet, if you think about it, for people with the most extensive support needs, simply having one more choice in your life might make a huge difference, right? But it's that mentality that deficits matter, and that, you know, yeah, we know these students with learning disabilities need this, but this kid with, you know, autism, yada, yada, yada. It's not about controlling your life. It's about making things happen in your life, okay? So I'll give you an illustration. While I was with the ARC, I was the lead, oh my, it's 11:15. I was responsible for heading up a committee that made an annual award, the Bill Sachter Award. I told this story last time I was here. It's a good story, though. Bill Sachter was a man with intellectual disability who was really sort of a pioneer in living in their community. He'd lived in an institution. He was able to get out of the institution. In 1981, there was a Hallmark made-for-TV movie called Bill. Mickey Rooney played the role of Bill Sachter, and it was really the first nationally visible illustration that people with intellectual disability could live in their communities, become valued members. So the ARC gave a Bill Sachter Award every year to somebody who had lived in an institution but had gone on to live life and become meaningful participants in their community. One year there was a man named Bill, another man named Bill, who got the award. Bill was from Minnesota. He'd lived at Faribault Institution, and then he'd moved out. Bill had been thrown out of the shelter workshop for behavior problems. He had physical disability. He had no verbal communication skills, and he was basically on a road to the back ward of this institution. He was befriended by a person who was the director of a local chapter of the ARC, who became his advocate, eventually became his guardian. And slowly but surely, she worked the system so that he moved from the institution into a group home, and then moved from a group home into a home that he owned with two other people he'd been in the institution with. He moved out of the institution into into a sheltered employment situation, then later into competitive employment. He'd been named Employee of the Year twice in the last 5 or 6 years from this application date in this agency that he worked at. You know, they described him as he loved to go to what were the Minnesota North Stars at the time, hockey games, and he liked whitewater rafting. Now, I want to hire the person who thought to take Bill whitewater rafting, because that's the kind of person who says, we're going to try these things, we're going to, you know. And so we got to the day where Bill was to be honored. The woman who'd been his guardian, who had given up guardianship eventually, was there. She hadn't seen Bill. She'd moved out of state. She was very emotional. It was a celebratory time for both of them. I was there. I was to get him up on the stage when Bill would get his award. And a well-intentioned person came up to her and said, "Oh, this is great, but you should really be getting this award." And Bill's advocate and friend got very red. I could tell she was really unhappy with that. And I thought, uh-oh, we're going to have a problem here. But she was able to get it together, and she said, no, you couldn't be more wrong. She said, at every point in the process, I was willing to stop because it was so much work. I was willing to settle for the group home. I was willing to settle for the shelter workshop. But Bill would not let me. He told me in a million different ways that wasn't what he wanted. So it was Bill that was making these things happen. How did he tell her? He told her by the expression, his posture. We talk about problem behavior having a communicative intent, right? I'd say 90% of that time it's about, I don't want to do that with you, I don't want to do that right now. It's all about self-determination, right? Bill was lashing out at people, so she took the time to get to know Bill. She knew when he was unhappy, she knew when he was happy, and it was Bill making things happen, even though he did nothing independently. So it's not about doing it yourself, and it's not about control. It's about making things happen in your life. There isn't a single young person in any school in America or the world who can't become more self-determined. And that's what we ought to be focused on. It's not just making choice. I say that because choice and preference is a critical element of this. But often I was in a group home. I was visiting there for some reason. The group home manager, there was a woman with Down syndrome standing there staring out the front of the plate glass window of the group home. And she was there when I came in, and this meeting I went to for a couple hours. As I was coming out, she's still standing there. And I said, what's the deal here? And she said, it's her choice. Well, that was like waving a red flag in front of a bull. I said, yeah, in what way is this her choice? Oh, well, and it turns out that they initiated a program where once a week somebody from the community would come in and take each person in the group home out to the community to go do something like go to a movie or go to a restaurant or whatever else. And the woman with Down syndrome was standing there waiting on her person to come and take her out. Except her person had been there 2 days ago and wasn't going to be there another week, for another week basically. You know, it's not her choice to stand there. If they're honoring her choice and her preference, they get her butt out, right? They take her to these places, they give her more opportunities. So often choice can be used as sort of a two-edged sword. And it's not just about making choices. We can't stop there. It's about being engaged, and we'll talk this afternoon about all the things that it is. And then I want to just make the point, it's not about only involving students in their planning. That's a critical point. I had a superintendent of schools come up to me one time after a talk, and he said, oh, we tried self-determination and it didn't work. I wish I had a board so I could just start beating, you know. And what he meant was they tried a particular student involvement package that for whatever reason didn't work. I'm still having a hard time figuring out how any package couldn't work. I mean, it's just involving students. But it's that issue of programmatizing things, right? That was the self-determination program. So we'll talk this afternoon about all the ways that we can promote and enhance self-determination. Why is this important? Jim Martin, a colleague whose self-directed IEP program I'll talk about this afternoon, posed the rhetorical question, if students floated in life jackets for 12 years, would they be expected to swim if the jackets were suddenly jerked away? And of course the answer is probably not, right? They'd sink. And he says the situation is similar for students receiving special education services. All too often, these students are not taught how to self-manage their lives before they are thrust into the cold water of post-school reality. We've got to prepare young people, and this has become even more true in the context of 21st century learning, in the context of changing global. We have got to provide young people with the skills that enable them. Yeah, and you know, we have lots of research. This is how we've conceptualized self-determination in order to help us to move forward in developing interventions and supports. What's really important is that really we're looking at a set of skills that we're infusing into instruction and teaching young people to do. We'll come back to this in the afternoon, but we have a number of areas of research. Research in motivation has shown that autonomy supportive classrooms enhance student self-determination and self-direction and self-determined learning. We know ways to do that. We know that if we communicate frequently, present expectations, acknowledge students' feelings, offer choices, remove controlling events in the context, allow students to participate actively and meaningfully, provide positive informational feedback rather than answering for students, structured guidance. Those are all things that have been shown to promote autonomy and greater autonomous, both intrinsic motivation as well as enhanced self-determination. We know, we've got lots and lots of evidence that students across disability categories can acquire knowledge and skills that enable them to become more self-determined. Again, we're going to go through that, how to do that after lunch. We've got strong positive relationships between self-determination and more positive life satisfaction and quality of life, so young people who become more self-determined. We've done a number of large randomized trial studies of interventions to promote self-determination that have established that students who are provided instruction and supports to become more self-determined across disability categories. They also achieve academic and transition goals at a higher rate, so positive immediate benefits, more involved in the general education curriculum. You're giving kids skills to enable them to navigate through the curriculum, so that's logical. Achieve more positive independent living outcomes upon graduation and more positive employment outcomes upon graduation. The study depicted here, we did a We intervened with students for 3 years in high school. This was across disability categories. There were more than 500 students in the study, more than 700 teachers, 50 school districts. And we showed the positive benefit to students who were in the treatment group around receiving instruction to promote self-determination, on self-determination and student goals. And then we followed them up 2 years after high school. For each year after high school, students who had received instruction were significantly more positive outcomes around community access, so participating in the community. And for 1 year after graduation, they were significantly higher in multiple employment outcomes. Now, not the second year, but then when we ran those analyses, what we found was that the only thing that predicts these employment outcomes in year 2 is year 1 employment. So basically, I can stand here and I can tell you we have good, solid evidence that if you intervene in the lives of young people on the spectrum or young people with disability, that it will have positive benefits for them in terms of enhanced self-determination. It will have positive school-related benefits around goal attainment and their schoolwork, and it will have positive benefits in terms of employment, independent living kinds of outcomes. So I would argue we have a strong evidence around the importance of promoting self-determination on school and post-school outcomes as any other transition-related area. Student involvement, we know that students participate in their planning more actively if they're self-determined. In fact, we've shown that higher levels of self-determination predict more active student involvement, but that when students are more actively involved, it enhances their self-determination. So it's a reciprocal benefit, right? We know that student involvement promotes self-determination. Multiple studies of several interventions I'll talk about this afternoon, and that student involvement results in enhanced transition knowledge, and students feel more empowered when they are involved in their transition planning. So we know that one strategy to promote self-determination is active engagement in student planning. I think that this is something that every kid in every school should do. This has nothing to do with disability. This has to do with every kid figuring out what they're good at, making plans, doing those kinds of things. And so, again, I think we have knowledge. You know, just a quick word about autonomy, because it's a term that I use. We tend to think of autonomy as equivalent with independent behavior, right? So this idea of autonomy as independence, the degree to which adolescents are self-reliant and make decisions without input for others, right? But that's not what we're talking about around autonomy. We're talking about this idea, autonomy is volition. Volition refers to making conscious choices, okay? So when we're acting volitionally, we're acting based upon our preferences and our interests. But keep in mind, conscious choice implies that we're deliberating, we're setting goals, so we're acting based upon goals. So the fact that you're here today, you're not here because this is the most fun you could ever have on a Tuesday in Palm Springs, right? I mean, you would be at the beach. You would be somewhere other than here. You're here, though, for a purpose. You're here to achieve goals that you have around your profession, your career, about learning things, about doing what gives you, ultimately, satisfaction, improves the quality of life, is by doing what you love to do and what you've been called to do more effectively and achieving the outcome. So you're here for these same. You're here volitionally because because you want to. So that's what we're talking about. We want to support the degree to which adolescents regulate their behavior based on deeply held values, preferences, and interests. That's how we enhance autonomy. That's how we we support young people. You know, there's a great story in an upcoming book I have with Young Zhao, as a matter of fact, around self-determined learning. We talk about this young woman who was in a school in Australia that was implementing these principles of personalizable education and other things. They do a project-oriented work in their senior year. but it was more, value creation because it needs to not just meet a requirement for the school, it has to have value beyond the school, right? And so her brother had quite a severe epileptic episode earlier in that year. And so it became her passion to let people know about epilepsy and to raise awareness. That became her school project. She took it out. She brought in the local rugby team. The whole long story about her doing this, it became much more than a school project. And the things she learned from doing that simply, you couldn't replicate. So, because it mattered to her. Meaningfulness matters. And if you look at surveys of young people, and young people are asked to choose words that they equate with school, the majority choose things like bored and meaningless and why do I have to do this kinds of things. We've got to make school meaningful and relevant. It's got to be based on student interests and preferences, or we're going to lose everyone except those kids that are good at meeting what Young Zhao talked about just sitting and learning. And they're going through the AP honors courses. They're doing well. They're going to be successful. But everyone else is floundering, right? Even if they have a lot of capacity, a lot of interest. All right. So I talked about autonomy supportive classrooms. We create learning environments in which these characteristics of how the teacher interacts with students, flexibility, following things, fostering young people opportunity. It's about choice and voice, just like personalized learning is supposed to be about. It's about students learning to self-determine learning. We've framed, and I need to wrap up here, causal agency theory. I've got several articles in the wiki that I showed you. If you want more information, we view self-determine as acting as a causal agent in one's life. Okay, being a causal agent means you're making or causing things to happen in your life. That's goal-focused. Even if it's not, and it's not the kind of goals that we're writing for IEPs, it's just goals that matter in your life that are based upon what you're good at, what your preferences are. So it's making or causing things to happen in one's life. We will go this afternoon over school-wide efforts. How do we promote the self-determination of young people with disabilities? We do this by infusing instruction in these component elements into school-wide. So we'll go through each of those this afternoon. Providing opportunities for young people to act as causal agents in their lives, and then putting in place supports that enable all young people to be successful through things like UDL and PBIS and other things. I had an opportunity years ago to work with Dennis Mithog on a book around self-determined learning theory, and I'm really only now getting back to that. We have the self-determined learning model of instruction I'll talk about this afternoon. It's enabling young teachers to teach students to teach themselves, basically. But I'm of the mind we need to go deeper. We need to follow kind of Young's ideas where we're going. So we've begun to talk about self-determined learning. And if you look at adult learning, there's something called the unwieldy name of hudagogy. But it's adult online learning, and it's recognizing that adults aren't going to learn something if they don't care about it. Right? It's got to be meaningful. It's got to be something they're interested in. They're not going to sit and they're not going to learn things that don't matter to them and that are not of interest. And so this whole, and what they talk about is self-determined learning, and you know what it's all about? It's about putting students in ownership and control over learning, not in just, again, enabling them to operate something else that somebody else decided they were going to learn, but the full scope of student ownership. In self-determined learning, teachers teach students to teach themselves. It changes our role fundamentally as teachers, and we'll get back to that after lunch. Students learn how to set and achieve goals and make plans. Teachers relinquish ownership for learning by creating learning communities that emphasize curiosity, experience. Experience matters. When we experience something, we're likely to learn more about it. Creating learning communities that are autonomy supportive, ensuring that learning is tied to activities that are intrinsically motivating or lead to the attainment of goals that are valued and based on student preferences and interests. It doesn't mean everything they do has to be something that they love to do. Just like you're sitting here when there are other things you would rather be doing, but you're sitting here for a purpose. This is a way that you are, that learning is tied to things that matter to you, in this case your career, the students that you serve and support. We focus on mastery experience. We use assessment to provide supportive feedback rather than evaluation. And we align instruction with students' strengths and abilities. Relationships matter so much, so much. You know, we build relationships by providing choice opportunities, supporting volition, and emphasizing the goal process and not just specific outcomes. This is all hard to do within standardized, test-driven environments, aren't they? Students take initiative in learning because learning is meaningful and of personal value to them, and students act volitionally because they are provided choices that are meaningful, meaningfully different, and autonomy supported. This is what personalizable education is going to lead to. And we have knowledge and skills. I think we're at a tipping point here that we have a set of skills that general education needs, and we're going to be able to take this to a different level and to achieve goals around integration. We're going to talk this afternoon about the self-determined learning model of instruction. I'm going to talk about several assessments that you can use that enable young people, and more information from that. So that's all I have for this morning. And I think that I didn't leave quite 5 minutes, but I also didn't go too far beyond the...
Before we break for lunch, we've got some presentations. We have two discretionary grants here today. One discretionary grant, Project 10. And then we also have the Epilepsy Foundation here as well. And then Rosie's going to do a brief overview of what will happen at lunchtime.
Thank you so much, Mary. And thank you so much for being here, Dr. Weimar. We're so excited at the opportunity to watch you. Project 10, hopefully by a show of hands in the audience, how many people have heard of Project 10? A lot of you, I like that. Awesome. For those of you who don't know,
century learning in Sorry about turning that off. I had forgotten I did that. It's all right.
So far, both of them going.
So recording and streaming?
Yes. Two, one. That's the background. This is a little TriCaster. They're cheaper now. So you can stream off the Wi-Fi. Not 100% reliable, but for a setup like this, solution like this for the world, same as this one.
Are you getting enough Wi-Fi here to do that?
Yes, just about 2.5 megs, which is really low, but
So it is sufficient apparently.
just enough for this little box. See, I'm at 1.6, which is really low.
Because I had a problem yesterday with getting the presenters network content.
It's just enough for 2. I have another box on the floor. I have to be above 3 to 4 megs per second. And this one is like 1.6, 1.5.
Right now I'm searching assisted hearing. I want to upgrade to
There's one I saw at the conference, the Enheiser one. That's the company.
I'm looking at something called Listening Tech, and we have Sam Howes or something.
Yeah,
some
that
German.
one. Yeah, this a little expensive.
Yeah.
The other ones are like 400-500, but that one's like 2,000.
Yeah, that's just what we have, but I downloaded their app, and the reviews are not very good. So
The
I started
Sennheiser?
looking. Yeah, their app on there.
It's too hard to use?
And I downloaded it, and so it was going through in demo mode, and then it just stopped.
Yeah.
So promising.
We have another little company. It seems like they all doing the same thing. The price difference is huge.
Really? Even though it's
The same technology.
Hey, listen, it's also rich. There's a whole system that you can buy. They call it earphones instead of headphones. And apparently it's really good. And it's all you use. Just put the app on your phone, get the Bose device on the phone. How much better than that can you get?
Getting them to.
And that's like
Do
$400.
do all of them have a
Hearing problem?
phone?
Oh, yes. They have all of it.
About headphones. That's the only thing we would think is like, well, the one we have in our buildings, like, well, all the headphones, like the things are all messed up. We were like, gosh, people who has that type of disability, maybe they should bring their own,
Bring your own device.
new device. We'll bring you the
pack.
the pack, but at least you can plug it your own. You don't want to miss,
See.
you know.
You have to be wiping them down. This is like wipes and that kind of thing.
Hello. How's the recording going?
Good, so far so good.
Good.
Yes.
We have a handful of people online, what, 6 or 8 or something like that?
Yes. This is the lowest we had. Usually we had a lot more.
Usually we have a lot more. It's hard to tell. The number will change.
device.
Hopefully by in the next term, not winter, but I mean not fall, but winter.
And oh,
It does that from time to time, and nobody knows why.
freaking out people sometimes, right?
Exactly, and then when it happens
I
in the
noticed
middle
you
of
were
a
just
lecture,
cold.
when it happens in the middle of a lecture, everybody looks at me, and I'm like, I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
You see how it was backwards?
Looking, remember those,
Yes, I remember.
those old times that viruses that used to mess up your screen. Display
This
backwards.
thing was like backwards.
Anyway, I think they'll be starting soon. So. Not so soon.
Oh, it's only showing one. It's only showing one. Which is good. It's crazy. I mean, this is the good one. We have 6 online right now. But they keep it for a month.
Okay,
To
so
see if they go
know
back
that
and
they don't.
the people who didn't. Yeah, they go back and review the training.
Yesterday's session was pretty good. I'm not sure why they didn't record yesterday.
They didn't want to. They canceled it last week because for the sexual content or sexual. There were some issues that were
They could have
discussed.
at least recorded it. It really was a very good session. I mean, I say.
Allison, I think she just graduated too. Allison, she did that one.
Yeah, she did it. Just regional. I'm saying if you have the autistic, I mean, like, you know, the autistic, not just the child, then it's a conversation you have to have to, you know.
Difficult one, but you have to have it with regular kids.
Exactly. And what she was saying is that you can't wait until you kind of have to start setting. One of the things that she said is that, you know, when they start at when you're out in the world, they associate with if I want to masturbate or touch myself or whatever,
Get in trouble.
you can go in the bathroom. Then you can. And you're gonna have people freaking out, assaulting your child, exposing themselves, or nothing good comes.
Nothing good come out of it.
So, but
I thought it was backward. It's not. Maybe my phone was backwards. Did you see it was backward?
I didn't, but they just thought it was. Yeah, but I mean, all in all, it was a good session. I think it was short, so I just prefer not to eat it.
Yeah.
Maybe not
Actually,
broadcast it.
I'm gonna let Allison should request that. She's has to have this recorded for her own,
Yeah.
training session.
Daily. And it was, you know, the two of them, it was pretty good. Because normally you have not like they're listening to the lectures. You still?
Sometimes.
No, it has to really be something.
Or at least one.
So I did cancel that.
Oh, so it's not that it just wasn't sure. Alright, I will leave you to it.
I did cancel that one.
Let me go start looking towards starting up again.
Janina. I'm an intern for Silo Coalition for Independent Living Options. So I'm an education advocate. No, I go to Barry University. Okay, yeah, she's a licensed. Yeah, I'm in between both. Because I've been so much in, I live in Port St. Lucie, so I've been in the, there's a satellite campus in West Palm, so I do that, if not drive down. Yes, they do. Yes, my references didn't all apply, so I didn't get accepted, but I applied every year, yeah, I'll come back for the doctorate. But, I work in the school board over there, so I have the education aspect of the social connect things together. I will. Oh, I didn't think that out.
Hello. Hey. Hello. Thank you very much. No, really. Bonus.
When I share it, because I tell everybody this, that is in any, I'm an occupational therapist at the ESL.
Okay. Uh-huh.
I'm really, I work at, being in River County only has two jobs.
Uh-huh.
I'm really making OT an instrumental and pivotal party in the transition part.
Good. It's really important. And then
How many of those things on your
Yep.
list are all OT?
that's exactly right. And you know, I actually hear from OTs from around the country who want to infuse more of this stuff into what they're doing. So I think there's a lot of interest. You know, it's consistent. This whole idea of participation is rooted in OT philosophy, and a lot of more work on participation has been done in the OT realm than there has been in special ed itself. So
Really working at opening the schools
yeah.
saying, okay, why is OT not on the IEP? I don't know what grade they took OT off this child's OT IEP, but we have to put them back on, and it means I have to do an evaluation. But it's so important, and I'm actually with the AOTA's community practice for a transition plan.
Good, good. Yeah, we've got a colleague that works with us at the Beach Center who's an OT, and he got an AOTA mini grant to begin working on a version of the self-determined learning model of instruction focused on employment outcomes. He's interested in employment outcomes. So.
Nice,
So.
very exciting. Well, I think, and then I just the transition specialist in our area, I just emailed them. I was here. Just so you know that this is
Good, good. Well, good for you. Well, and of course, I may frame these things in terms of teaching, but there's not a thing that I'm going to talk about this afternoon that can't be done in a speech context, that can't be done in an OT context, or, it's just, infusing these things into what you do is the key to it. So,
Thank you.
yeah. Well, I think maybe we might as well move ahead and reinforce those of you who are punctual and here, and no telling how many we lost. Let them go to lunch and they just just by way of reminder, here's the wiki website, and then I have put on the last slide. I'll put up the website again. It's really the only thing you need to have to get to everything else. Everything else will be on a PowerPoint once you get into the wiki. So that's that's the wiki page. So we're going to talk about assessment and student involvement, and talk a little bit about infusing instruction on these component elements of self-determined behavior into instruction in everything. And then we'll close out the day talking about the self-determined learning model of instruction. So take a break. We're on till 4, although I think there's a drawing or something for the gifts, so I'll wrap up before that. We'll try to break around 2, I think, probably a little after 2. So there are a number of measures of self-determination that you can you have access to, and as it happens, they're all available for no cost. So the sort of oldest version that's been around is something that we developed in the 90s called the ARC Self-Determination Scale. It's a measure of student self-determination. We needed a tool that we could use to evaluate the effectiveness of interventions. Can't know whether interventions work unless you can measure what it is they're supposed to work with, right? But we also wanted to make sure that it was something that would be useful for teachers in their day-to-day planning and instructional support. So identify where students have relative strengths in issues of self-determination, where they might need more instruction, more practice. You know, I say teachers. I was just talking with somebody who's an OT. It could just as easily be used in that context. If you're a family member, it could just as easily be used to take a look at where you can support issues around self-determination at home. My experience with all of these, but more so with this just because I've lived with it longer, students like participating in the assessment of self-determination. You're asking them to talk about what they do well, about what they like, about what they're good at, about areas around choice and preference, and so by and large, it's intended to be a process that's on the side of the strengths-based. It's not intended to end up with, you can standardize it. We have to be able to get a more of a standardized score when we're doing research, but it's not something I particularly think is necessary to do with this. So the ARC Self-Determination Scale, it gives you an overall measure of self-determination and then gives you subscale in, and you can see the domains, so autonomy, and then some subdomains under there around independence and acting on the basis of preference, interests, beliefs, and values. And then a self-regulation section that looks at interpersonal cognitive problem solving, means-end problem solving, goal setting, and task performance. And then a section that's, this area is called psychological empowerment. It's asking about, it's sort of these broader issues of locus of control. Do you believe that if you do something, it will matter? And do you believe that you can do these things? So it's about the beliefs associated with acting in a self-determined manner. And then self-realization is kind of a broad area looking at self-awareness and self-knowledge and understanding yourself. So the ARC Self-Determination Scale was designed and normed for group or individual administration. So you can do it with a classroom, you can do it with a small group of young people, you can do it with individually. If a student needs more extensive supports, then probably individual administration. Basically what we did, we knew that we normed this for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So we knew that there was going to be a whole array of abilities around communication, around how, how well students can respond. So it was normed with whatever it took for the student to participate, right? So you can really do whatever you need to do. You can read items to students. You can record what students' answers are. The one drawback to all this measurement I'll mention now is that it relies on student self-report about what they think about something. So there are going to be some students for whom self-report measures are just not valid and reliable. And you know, we have some ideas about how we go about gathering information for supporting understanding self-determination. And I'll talk a little bit more about that with the next instrument I talk about. But, you know, we've used this quite extensively. And the other thing about the ARC scale is it's been then subsequently normed with students with autism, with students with learning disabilities, with students. So pretty much has utility across the board in terms of kids with disabilities. The back of the protocol has a set of scoring steps, and you come out, you map the raw scores on a chart, kind of a graph, so you can see in those areas, getting back to here, you can get information on, you know, where students have skills in these domain areas, interaction with the environment, or post-school directions. So you graph out the raw scores, and you can end up with just a graph that shows you where students have relative strengths and where instruction might be a good place to start. And again, we see it as a conversation between the support person, the teacher, the related services, a family member, and the student. So we encourage that kind of a conversation. It's a student self-report measure, so students are reporting their responses. So it's an opportunity to open a conversation. You can look at areas where students have instructional need and begin to plan. It's not at all intended to be prescriptive or diagnostic. It's simply a tool to provide direction for discussions about self-determination and transition-related goals around issues of self-determination and instruction around issues of self-determination. Normed between ages of 13 and 22. I think you could use it with younger children just to begin to have conversations, and there's no reason not to. If you're responsible for a program, if you're an administrative role, you can take it the next step. You can standardize the raw scores and create standard scores, and you look at where groups of students might fall in terms of against norms, same age norms kinds of things. So it has utility for program evaluation, as well as, in our case, as researchers, we use it to evaluate the impact of interventions. But that's always, of course, as a group, not individually. So we've made it as flexible as possible. So I just mentioned you can complete the scale and never score it, and just have a conversation about what student thought about that. You can just deal only with. You can convert it to percent positive scores that let students look at where they have strengths, or you can complete all components. It is available at a website that the University of Oklahoma maintains. It's the Zarrow Center. That's Z-A-R-R-O-W. So if you Google Zarrow Center self-determination, and I've got this website on a final slide, so you'll have the Zarrow Center website along with this. There's all sorts of materials around issues of self-determination. This assessment, the protocol in a PDF form, and the procedural guidelines for how to administer and score items are in PDF form. They're available for download and use as you wish. As well as a number, we're going to be talking about the self-directed IEP in a moment. That's part of a series called the Choice Maker series. That's a set of instructional and support materials around student involvement, the self-directed IEP, but also setting goals, creating action plans. Those are available in PDF form completely downloadable from the Zero Center website. They've pulled in other transition-related materials that are available. So it's a great resource, and all of it's free. So that's the ARC self-determination scale. Now, we had used the ARC self-determination scale in our work, and it was fine, except more and more we were working in class-wide and then school-wide contexts. And try as we might to alter it, we could never get it to where it was very helpful for students without disability, because students without disability just sort of scored at the top of the register on across the board. So it really didn't differentiate. We did come up with a short version of the ARC scale that was somewhat predictive of differences. But by and large, it's been helpful in the education of students with disabilities, but as we moved into whole school and classroom-wide stuff, it became less helpful if we had students without disabilities in the context. So we applied for and eventually got a large grant to develop a new measure. And that measure, we actually talk about the self-determination inventory system because we have multiple measures and we're going to build it out. So I'll just talk a little bit about that. And I'll just point out that this measure is fully available at self-determination.org. So we purchased the self-determination.org website, and that's where all of this information and access, and I'll tell you a little bit about. So we wanted, first of all, to have a student self-report version, just as we had with the ARC. We think that we've got to have information from the students on this. It's not acceptable, if at all possible, not to have that. So that was our first task. I'll talk a little bit about what we call an adult report version. That's the same items that are on the student self-report version, but they're reworded so that you as an adult, so that could be a parent, or a teacher, or a related services, whoever wanted to use it, asks the questions about and answers the questions about a student. So that version is specific to an adult in a student's lives responding on behalf of that student. Now, if you have both the student self-report and the adult report, you get a sense of where there's agreement, where there's disagreement, where it maybe gives you a little better picture depending on who it was that completed. If you got a family member who completed the adult report version, then you get information that teachers don't often have, or school-based personnel. But kids behave differently at school than they do at home, and so there's information teachers know that parents don't know. So we kind of operate on the more perspectives you can get, the better off. Now, so we're trying to create a complete system. And next on our agenda are how we would do measurement for students with more extensive support needs for whom self-report measures are not appropriate or applicable. Now, with the adult report, if a student has quite extensive support needs and can't complete the self-report version, an adult can still report on their perspectives on that student. So you can get some measure or some indicator, and it would help some. But there are other ways we think that we can go about trying to capture information about relative self-determination for students with more extensive support needs, and it's part of what we want to build out. So the ARC scale, one of the disadvantages, it's like 148 items. And depending on how long, what kind of support students need, if you're having to read items to them, it can take a while sometimes to administer. So we set out to create the self-determination inventory to try to capture the information that you could get from the ARC self-determination scale, but also to make it shorter. So there's only 21 items. Three sections. So volitional action, what is it? And that's student initiation of self-determined action, student interest preferences, and then agentic action, which evolves around goal setting and goal attainment and other areas of kind of acting to make change, and then an area we call action control beliefs. That's about the beliefs that you have about yourself and your acting on the environment. 21 items. It takes about 10 minutes to finish, give or take. Student support needs, but there's some features in it that make it easier for students with cognitive or other disability. Normed students ages 13 to 22. Importantly, we normed it with students with and without disabilities. So this is a measure that is valid and reliable for young people 13 to 22 across disability categories, but also without disability. So I mentioned to you we've got a big project now in inclusive high schools in Delaware and Maryland, where we're implementing the self-determined learning model of instruction as a Tier 1 intervention for all students. So we can go in and we can evaluate the impact of that using this measure because it's normed with kids across disability categories as well as kids without disabilities. We also have a number of online accessibility features. I haven't mentioned, this is fully online. So there's no paper pencil version. This is a web-based assessment. And we did that because we can build in universal design features that you can't build into, paper pencil PDFs. So as I'll show you in a minute, well, I've got all these things. So this is when you go to self-determination.org, you're going to see the website. It's going to give you a choice. So this may be in a later slide, but I'm going to say it anyway because it's a little bit confusing. So there's you can click on what's called, we call it single-use version or the dashboard version. So let me give you an explanation. The single-use version is free. You click on it. You give us some. You have to have. You don't have to have an account. You just have to enter an email address and a username. And you can then go in. The data, I will tell you, data is stored, but no personally identified information is stored. So the data are stored for future use for analyzing and improving the systems and looking at that, but no personal information is stored. By single use, what we mean is if you're wanting to sit down with a student and have that student go through the self-report measure, you can do that. You get to the end of that, and there's a printout that gives information about student areas of strengths and limitations. You'll see that in a minute, or areas of instructional need. Because of the way that the system was developed, the computing was set up, once you exit that, it just goes away. I mean, you no longer have access, and there's no way to do something like keep track of whether a student, what they scored at the start of the year versus after the year. I'll show you how you save that information for your own use, but once you're done with it and you leave that website, there's no way to get that back. You can use that if you have 30 students in your class. You can use it 30 times once with each student. But you're only going to do it one student at a time. And you're not going to be able to save more than a PDF of the outcomes, okay? It's free. You can use it as often as you want. If you want to track student progress, you can administer it at the first of the year. You can save the PDF, as I'll show you in a minute, and then you can give them again at the end of the year and save that PDF. So it's on you. Now then, did you have a question, or you were? Yeah. That's right, exactly. That's, I still am not in the mentality of thinking about that. You can just take pictures of things. But what we needed it to do was to be able to do things that allow you to do research on interventions and stuff. We needed it to be able to track across time. We needed to be able to say, okay, you know, there was a mean score of this for this school district, or, you know, aggregate group data kind of thing. So we built out another system, and that's what we call the dashboard version. The dashboard version lets you do all of those things. You set up organizations and structures and teachers. You can say, okay, in this classroom, in that classroom, and it'll save data across multiple measurements, whatever else. It's kind of things that you need for program evaluation probably, or for research. There was a lot of cost for us associated with building out that dashboard, and there is still some time required for us to actually set up your organization and do all that. So there is a cost associated with using the dashboard version that we negotiate, and usually it's just research teams. To this point, schools haven't purchased or wanted to do it at a level. Now I could see where a district might be interested in being able to track and be willing to spend. We've got it costed at a fairly reasonable rate. But that allows you to do things that this single-use version was. I say that just because single-use makes it sound like you can only use it once and then never use it again, right? And that's not the case. You can use it as many times as you want. It's just not going to be able to track stuff. It's not going to be those kinds of things, and you're going to have to print out or take a picture or some way capture the information. Okay, so this is what it looks like. We've built in some universal design features. There are 21 items. They are all on this kind of a scale from disagree to agree. Now, understand that there are no right or wrong answers. So when you ask the question, I know what I do best, there isn't a right or wrong answer. The students either know or feel like they don't know that, or that, you know. And so we wanted some way to show that an answer had been made without getting into the red to green kind of things, because it implied right or wrong. So what we have, I think I have, so first of all, along the top you've got a progress bar that shows you, in this case, you're 1/4 of the way through when you finish this page, right? So it just gives you a sense of what's going on there. Okay, so when an item is unanswered, there's a gradient that goes from a light blue up to a dark blue, right? So that one right there has not been answered yet. And it's just a visual marker of the fact that this hasn't been answered yet. We have, if you see on some of the words, you can see they have the little dots underneath them. More complex words, we tried to keep the reading level around 4th grade, but any complex word, you've got a pop-up. You can click that and you get a in-text definition of the word. One of the things we're using revenue generated, so the revenue for this dashboard version goes into an account that helps pay for the personnel to enter for the users, but also will pay for future advancement. And so one of the things we're wanting to do there is, for example, have that be a voice. You can hear what the definition is. And it's supposed to just have a pop-up text box, right? Each item has a play button next to it that if you click on that, it will read the question aloud to you. And you can click on it as many times as you'd like. And we actually hired a broadcaster from the local Kansas public radio station. So this is very sophisticated sounding readings of these items, right? And then when you click, so this isn't, you know, some students with cognitive disabilities have difficulty with the traditional Likert kind of 4 or 5 point scale, right? And those scales are a problem because there's, you know, the difference between agree and mostly agree and neutral, those aren't equal. And, you know, if you're like me, every time I fill those out, I want to have more gradation so I can actually say how I feel. You know, Goodreads. How many of you have Goodreads account? They've got 5 stars you can give. I'm forever wanting to give a book 3.5 stars. You know, because 3 doesn't, that's too harsh, and 4 wasn't good enough. So, you know, so this is a slider, and there's no, when we score it, we go from 0 to 99. But there's no, you just move this slider along there. So when you click on a place, what it does is it changes to solid to show that you've completed it. And then it ends where you clicked on it. And then it gives you a checkbox that says you finished this item. So it's, again, just a visual way of showing that you've finished the item. You can, if you've clicked on something and then you make a change, you say, no, that's probably, you can keep clicking until you're finalized, until you're happy with it. So that's the student self-report version. The parent-teacher report, I called it an adult report, PTR is what we're calling it now, I guess. And we actually have just finished an adult report, which is for adults, mainly adults with cognitive disability. Some adults with autism might benefit from that. And it'll be up and loaded up. We're just finishing that one up. So it's another tool. So I guess it's a good thing we call this the parent-teacher report, because it would be confusing. But the adult report is for adults. So normed from like 18 through however old we can get people. The parent-teacher report is the same items. They mirror the student items. You can see here, if a student item said, I have what it takes to reach my goals, the parent-teacher report says this student has what it takes to reach his or her goals. So, and it's a way to get information. You have the same accessibility features in that version, but it's specific to a student. So you as a teacher, you as a parent would be responding to a specific student. So now, this is what that I mentioned to you, one-time SDI for students, so that's the single-use version. Again, it's confusing in that you can use it 100 times. It just doesn't save any of your data, right? And same thing with the parent-teacher. You can do as many of them you want, it just doesn't save your data. And then the data dashboard version is there, and if you want that, you're going to have to work through us to set up a contract. All right, so when you finish, you're going to get, and my slides don't have all, there's actually more information. You're going to get a breakdown of scores in a particular, each of the 3 areas, volitional action, agentic action, action control beliefs, and then also you get a breakdown on components around initiation of action, self-direction. You know, you can take it down to a finer grain, so you can look at where students have strengths and where they have instructional needs. Now, the easiest way to save this document is to print up here. If you print, it'll bring up the option. Of course, you can always print it out if you're at a printer, but a lot of times you aren't. You can print to PDF, right? And that saves it as a PDF, so you have the document, okay? Because once you hit finish, you're out of there. You're gone. Now, also included, so overall self-determination, average scores of items within each essential characteristic, in-text definitions. We also have a user's guide to talk about what each of these areas, what kinds of skills to work on. That's also loaded in your wiki already, so it's there. And then print to PDF or printer friendly. And if you're using the one-time use, once you finish and leave the website, it's gone. We have a parent-teacher, we have guides to each of the student report and the parent-teacher report. I've uploaded them on the wiki, but they're also available on the website, selfdetermination.org, that talk about what are these essential characteristics. So you get information about autonomy, self-initiation, pathways thinking, self-direction, etc. You get some ideas. You know what we want to do is we want to continue to build this out. So one of the things that we are just about done with is an American Sign Language version of it. So in addition to clicking on a play button to play to read the item aloud, you'll be able to click on a video that then has somebody sign the item. So that's almost done, and we've been working with some folks in Texas to get that version. We have a Spanish version. It's Spanish, so a Spaniard did the translation, and I understand there are differences between Mexican Spanish and other forms of Spanish, but in general, I think that the version, we want to extend to more language options. It takes more money than it should to do each language option set up, so it's not just, we're not just able to load something up. As I said, we want to include at some point ways of assessing self-determination for young people for whom self-report measures aren't viable. And the other thing we want to do is that we want to build expert capacity into the system so that at the end, instead of just getting this report that says here are areas of strengths and here's where some instructional areas might be, you also get, and here are some lessons and some ways that you can teach. How do you teach self-initiation, right? So here are some ideas about things you can do. So as a teacher or a parent or somebody, you can take that information and run with it without having to go figure it out yourself. So those are things that we're wanting to do as we continue to build out the system. But the student report and the parent-teacher report are online right now. The Spanish version is online right now. And we'll just continue to upgrade that. There are, if you go to the Zero Center website, there is at least one other assessment, the AIR Self-Determination Scale. The American Institutes for Research is what AIR is an acronym for. And it's a measure, it actually gives you a little different information from the ARC scale, in that the ARC scale and the self-determination inventories are snapshots of current self-determination. But they don't really tell you why somebody is or is not self-determined at that point. The AIR gives you scores around opportunity to self-determine and capacity to self-determine. So you get information on, it may be that folks just don't have the opportunity to express preferences and set goals and things like that. Or it may be that they don't have the skills necessary. So you get a little different information. And the AIR scale also has a parent report, a teacher report, and a student report version. So that's available online on the Zero Center website for free. So student involvement in educational and transition planning is, as I mentioned, we have good evidence that students can become more self-determined if they're actively involved in their educational programs and planning. There are lots of benefits to that. I'm going to go through two different processes that have good evidence of their efficacy. I do want to make a comment, though, and the speaker right before you went to lunch mentioned the I'm Determined process. This is something that the state of Virginia set up, and I've got the website for you as a last slide. But if you go to I'm Determined Virginia, you'll come to their website. They have a process for students becoming involved in their IEP. They've got materials for promoting self-determination. They haven't been subjected to rigorous evaluation, so you can't call them evidence-based practices. But quite honestly, I think there's every reason to believe that those sets of materials can achieve the same kinds of things that we know that these processes do. So, when we're talking about student involvement, I have seen schools that simply have built a student involvement process around students presenting PowerPoints about what they do well, what they like, what they've learned, what their goals could be. I think there are lots of ways to get to this. When we moved to Overland Park, Kansas, Overland Park is on the Kansas side of the Kansas City metro area. The district that my youngest son was about to enter kindergarten and my oldest son was about to enter third grade. And they had a district-wide practice where for all students, this wasn't a special ed thing, it wasn't related to the IEP, every student, the second parent-teacher meeting of the year was student-led. So that was in the spring. And so we got there, and we didn't know anything about this, and I thought it was great. And so my younger son, they didn't start it till first grade. So my kindergartner, he saw his older brother get ready and run the meeting and all this stuff. Well, when he hit first grade was when they started this. So we weren't thinking too much about it. We got a couple weeks right before the parent-teacher meeting, and he began talking about this thing, and he began talking about, and all they did was they had a two-page sheet, you could do it front and back, where it said, this year in math, I worked on, and then some short description of what they worked on. I was really good at, describing what they were really good at, and then they would bring along a portfolio to show what they were good at. And I need a little more work at, and then they could identify areas where they need a little. This was nothing, this was, you could do this in half an hour easily, and yet the night before his student-led parent-teacher meeting, my son, the younger one, could not sleep. I thought we would, we thought we'd never get him to shut up, and B, get him to sleep. He was so excited. And I just thought, gosh, if we just did this for every kid, we would never fight the battles we do with IEPs. If we made IEPs about things that talked about student strengths and students, were actively engaged in them. I think the drawback to these student-led IEP kind of things is that they are linked to the IEP. And IEPs can be contentious kinds of environments, right? So, but, as long as there's IEPs, we need to have students actively engaged. So my point is there's lots of ways to do this that don't involve these programs. Both of these are free, available, take them, use them in whatever ways fit for you. So I'm going to talk first about something that we created called Whose Future Is It Anyway? The most recent version we redid after IDEA 2004 so that it was more current. Then Attainment Corporation were looking for evidence-based practices that they could create commercially available, and they were able to create. It's not a fully universally designed version, but it's a much more universally designed. It's computer-based. I'll show it to you a little bit. So they're the same program. The Whose Future Is It Anyway is available free on the Zero Center website in PDF. So our contract with Attainment made it clear that we were going to continue to distribute Whose Future free because we wanted people to have access to it. We've had teachers use it individually. We've had districts adopt it. We've had parents use it to begin to think about transition planning. So the idea is that it's a student-directed transition planning process. And the difference, one of the difference that Whose Future has is that the student is the end user. So everything in it is written for the student. So the student is the audience. Now, the teacher, the parent, whomever, has to support, has to facilitate, has to make sure that the student is involved. We have good evidence. We've done a large randomized trial. We know that students who are involved in Whose Future Is It Anyway results in significantly higher levels of self-determination and transition knowledge and skills, as well as self-efficacy for transition planning. and other positive benefits. So we have really good evidence of the impact of whose future is it anyway. So as I said, the primary audience is our students. And so it's all written at a level that's understandable and hopefully humorous. I don't know, you know, humor changes, and it hadn't been updated from 2004, and who knows whether it's considered humorous anymore. But you know, it's written to engage students. The student, we talk about student directed in that students retain sort of control of the process, but facilitators do whatever it takes for students to participate. We've had teachers audio record the whole thing. We've had them, use manipulatables to try to get information across. Just whatever it takes. So we're not suggesting that students should run their own IEP. We want students involved and to make a meaningful decision about what they want to do in their IEP. Some students just don't want to be running it. Now, you know, we'll talk about the self-directed IEP, which is teaching students to run it, and that's great. Lots of good stuff there. So, what we wanted to do was make it such that students had a meaningful voice in how they participate. There is one sort of, it's not written in as a must-do because that would be counter, but all students leave the process with a goal they have written to have included on their IEP. So at the very minimum, students will have a goal they have written around something they care about that can be included on the IEP. We want to enable students to play a meaningful role, to self-monitor, self-instruct, to evaluate. We wrote it, there are 36 sessions, about an hour per session. The general idea was that you could start at when the IEP ended, and by the next IEP, you would have students ready to participate in a meaningful way in their IEP. But people use it all sorts of different ways. Sometimes they just crunch it in a month and they get it done, and you know, so it's really up to you what works for the time. It's written at a 4th grade reading level to try, or below, to try to keep it manageable for students. There's a coach's guide for the facilitator, the teacher, or the parent, or the support provider. The main areas, the first one is called Getting to Know You. So it's about self-awareness and disability awareness, and we really emphasize, I'm leery of disability awareness because oftentimes that comes off as you should just accept the fact that you have this diagnostic label, right? That's not where we want to go. What we want to do is to get students to understand that they have a unique set of strengths and areas of support need, and that they're better off knowing how they best learn and what kinds of supports they need so that they can have those kinds of things put into place. So we have an acronym we call it MULES, My Unique Learning Educational Supports. Students learn about what they do well, what they do. They learn about the transition planning process. They identify, based on federal law, who should be at these things. They're given opportunities to suggest people that could come. We ask that they get, if necessary, redacted versions of their last IEP meeting so they can look at their goals, so they have an idea of what their goals are and begin to think about whether they have been making progress on those goals and what kinds of goals they would like. So that's the first section with 36 sessions and 6 primary content areas. You get the fact that there are 6 lessons in each of these content areas. Making decisions, so we introduce some basic transition areas for outcomes: post-secondary education, employment, independent living, rec leisure kinds of things. And then we begin to teach a very simple decision-making process: do it where the D stands for determine your options, the O stands for something, I can't remember it anymore. But so you're working with students to begin to learn to make decisions about these broad areas of transition that they will need some instructional focus on over time. Then How to Get What You Need, Section 101 is a section that looks at, help students understand where they can find supports, what kind of resources are out there, instead of waiting on somebody else. We once did a survey of self-advocates, people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and said, and this was a group, 80% were employed, so it was really quite an accomplished group in terms of obtaining employment. We asked them whether they were satisfied with their job, and 95% said yes. But the problem is, if you ask people they're satisfied, generally they'll say yes. We asked them, we said, is this the job that you would have if you could have any job? And only about 30% said yes. So 70% of those people that were employed, it wasn't their ideal job, if you will. And then we said, what are you waiting for to get that ideal job? And they were waiting on VR to find them that job. They were waiting on somebody else. So we want to give them the mindset that they can go out. It doesn't have to be your parent contacting VR. You can contact VR. So resources and how to get what you want. We teach some, in the next section, goals, objectives in the future. We begin setting goals around some of the areas that were discussed in the post-secondary outcome, the transition outcomes. We go through a section on communication, particularly focused on small group communication. We talk about being assertive versus being aggressive. We talk about body language. We talk about listening, active listening, how to get what you want in the context of a group of people, some of whom have different opinions, right? And then the final section is kind of leadership skills, and then students go through a review and figure out what they want, what kind of role they want to take in their IEP. Okay, so that's it. Again, we've used it lots of times. The original version was 95. We upped it once IDEA was reauthorized. We know it works. We know that students benefit and gain these things. If you have a little money, you can buy, I think they sell them in classroom packets. It's not much. It's under $500 for everything. But it's the Whose Future Is It? I don't know, they dropped Anyway. They didn't like Anyway. They just dropped it to Whose Future Is It? And so this is shorter. There's 15 chapters in 3 sections. Getting to know your IEP, decisions and goals, your IEP meeting. They took the content from the Whose Future Is It Anyway? They created a really colorful, and I think they've done a nice job. There's a student reader, there's a student workbook, and there's an instructor's guide. The student reader is also on a CD-ROM that plays and is the universally designed version. So here's an example. So here's the workbook version of it on a section on making decisions. Here's what the CD-ROM version looks like. You get it's like a book, but it flips pages. You can highlight text for text-to-speech. You can have it read at lower rates. You can change font size. So there's quite a few universal design features that make it easier for students to do it more autonomously. The instructor's guide comes along. There's a workbook. We've been trying to get all the work activities, and all of these are sort of fun. They're not the kind of standard complete this worksheet and turn it in kind of thing. But we haven't been able to get it to where it's easily online, so it remains mainly in the print version. There's accommodation ideas in the instructor's guide. Again, CD printable and electronic materials. You purchase it, but if you need more, you can print them out. So anyway, so that's the Whose Future Is It? I've mentioned the self-directed IEP. This is developed by Jim Martin and his colleagues at the time he was at Colorado, University of Colorado. He's now just recently retired from Oklahoma University. So these are all available online at the Zero Center website. The self-directed IEP was the first of these student-directed IEP kind of programs that came out. I know it's made its round through Florida at least some point in time. Some of you may have seen it. I think they do a good job. It's part of the Choice Maker series. So there are a section on taking action and setting goals and something else. So the whole packet is available, but the self-directed IEP is the student involvement thing. You've got videos that are available, a teacher's manual and a student workbook. They're all available, as I said, online. Again, there's good evidence of the positive impact of this, of student involvement in this on self-determination. So students who are involved in this SDIEP become more self-determined. There's also, they have collected data and evaluated the impact on student behavior during an IEP meeting when students have been instructed using the self-directed IEP. Teachers talk less and parents and students talk more, so it sort of balances. And I don't know about you, but as a teacher and in other roles, I often find myself having to try to prompt people. You know, you talk more because you have to, because nobody else will say anything. But I think it's because, you know, when you have a student running their IEP meeting, it changes the climate. It changes how that looks like. I think when you do this, you begin to create allyships, not only with the student, but with parents and families. Because, you know, I think fundamentally parents and families want what's best for their son or daughter. And if they see you showing respect and saying, I believe you can do this, then that creates, I think, a positive relationship between parents and students as well. The SDIEP has a series of instructional materials that teach students 11 steps in running their IEP meeting. So stating the purpose, introducing everyone, reviewing past goals and performance, ask for others' feedback, state your school and transition goals, ask questions, deal with differences of opinion, state what support you will need, summarize your goals, close the meeting by thanking everyone, and work on IEP goals all year. So these are you know, pretty simple. It's not like they're having to complete the complex document that has to be signed by everyone. These are, you know, and they have videos. They're sort of amateurish looking videos, but they're videos of a student using all these steps. And I just think, you know, I can remember when I first saw this, I thought, what a great idea. It's putting students in a central point, and you know, it just, again, changes the dynamic of that. So that's the SDIEP. These are available for free on the Zero Center website. We also have a site called National Gateway to Self-Determination that has most of these materials as well, ngsd.org. We have one of the nice things about the NGSD, if you do any training for your district, we have more than 50 videos of people with disabilities talking about why self-determination is important to them in employment or in school or in whatever topic you're interested in. There would be a video or two, so it's the voice of self-advocates talking about these things. We have a couple of videos that are, in fact, introductions to self-determination and that have people with disabilities talking about it. So there's resources at both of these. Whose Future is available at both of those sites. The self-directed IEP is available from the Zero Center. Okay, so let's take a break. How about a break? You want a break now? Or you want a break in 15 minutes? You're speaking with your feet. Let's break. Come back by 2:15 if you would. So take 10 minutes, and we can launch through how we infuse instruction into that and then talk about the self-determined learning model instruction. How's that? And remember, this slide, once you get into the wiki, you can just find this website from there. But yeah, I wish they'd made that one easier, but they don't. You can also, if you also just Google Zero Center Self-Determination, it gets you there too. Huh? Yeah.
Well, he's 16, going into 11th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Has autism and IND. He can read, but it's more or less word calling, not too much comprehension. Not at all able to do anything independently. Like if I say, "Here, read this and answer that."
Well, yeah.
So they want him to take algebra. So I said, "How about your IEP for next year? What are we going to do? What are we talking about?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm going to take algebra." I said, "Well, what's 6 times 4? I said, "You're going to need to know your basic multiplication facts for that." He goes, "I could take algebra. I can use a calculator." I'm like, I rest my case.
Yeah.
What does he need to take algebra for? So do you tell the dad, give your kid Spanish instead of algebra? Because the kid could be some sort of like a counselor for other kids. Because he's so compassionate and so interested in everything.
How old is he? I didn't.
16.
16, yeah.
He would do so well in some sort of public service.
Right.
Even like a junior life coach.
Right.
So I don't know what to do.
You know, I think, algebra seems to be the gateway to everything, which is why the mentality is we need to take algebra. I'm not sure I think that's really 21st century learning philosophy. You know, the positive benefits is in the class that every student is in, but obviously if he doesn't have the requisite sort of skills, it's going to be difficult, and he's not going to be successful without a lot of support. So, I don't know that, this is something the family wants to do. Is that the big impetus, or the school wants to do, or?
It's like whatever they say, I don't know
Yeah.
anymore. I'm tired of fighting it.
Yeah, I think there's only so much you can do at certain, I'm a strong believer that we begin to work with students as they get, so you get into the older ages, you get into high school, the content matter in some areas become so complex that, I firmly believe that 3rd and 4th graders, we can fully integrate, and we can include kids in that and in content. But when you get up into high school and you're talking about trig or even algebra, there are content issues that you have to have. So, I know, it sounds like you have a sense already of what he prefers. I'm thinking about a young woman in Massachusetts that we worked with, her and her family, and she actually was fascinated with Rome, ancient Rome and Greece, and so wanted to take Latin, and that was a good fit with her interest, and the teacher was willing to modify the course, the grading and other things that so that she was able to be successful, and she was. Now it gets harder with math-related content. I mean, it's harder to modify that. So, I think all you can do is talk with the student about what it is they like about this. What do they want to achieve, how that does or does not help them get where they want. At some level, sometimes you got to fail and then learn from failure. So I think maybe, at the very least, being there as the kid is struggling to provide support and say, everyone struggles, and let's think about what you're learning out of this experience. So. And I think if he had been started in math early on and this was something that, was in his wheelhouse, it'd be one thing, but.
Not at all.
Well.
He used to be able to subtract using his fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Now he gets stuck.
Mm-hmm.
And you cross.
Well, and you know, I mean, there really is no reason not to use calculators and things like that, but I'm just not sure algebra is, you know, sort of word problems and these a plus x equals y, and there's, you know, that's not so much calculator as it is understanding fairly complex. You know, if you've got a really good teacher in there, you can create, you know, you can create taxonomies of learning so that you expect different learning out of different students. I could see where you could design a successful experience where you're taking into account what the student is doing, you know, what you're expecting the student to learn, you know, adjust it, but the student still be involved. Now, you know, that I think you could do. Whether it had value or not, one of the values would be just being in there with their peers, but it takes a teacher that's committed to doing that, and often general educators don't have that skill set, and special educators don't have the time or whatever else. So I wish there was an easy answer. There probably isn't. So, you know, staying with them and keeping them, trying to support them in whatever way possible, and, you know, turning it from, you know, the problem with failure experiences is if they stay failure experiences, right? So, you know, we all sometimes get in over our head, but we learn something and change something about it. So that's probably a role you'll want to play. So, sorry not to have a better answer. Oh, did you? So that would be where? Oh, Kirksville, yeah. So it's now Truman State, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. No, that's a pretty part of the country. My folks are both from Boonville and New Franklin, right across the river from Boonville. So mid-Missouri, right by Columbia. So I know that part of the country pretty well, and it's pretty. And I know several people have gone to Truman and have been really happy with it. So. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, you couldn't? Oh.
Yeah.
Be Safe, the movie, huh?
Yeah.
That's what
Right.
Jack was talking about. What time do you want me to close down? You're going to do
Yeah, we're gonna do the drawing,
Uh-huh.
and then I wanna, before you leave, I wanna get a picture of our staff.
Okay.
And I wanted to introduce our staff.
Okay.
So
So
that'll be just maybe 5 minutes, so whatever time
10,
you want.
10 till 4?
Sure,
Does
that'd
that
be
give
great.
you enough time?
Yeah, oh
Okay.
yeah, perfect, perfect.
You know, I knew when I had done some online research over the years, I saw that whose future is it in. When I saw your name, I recognized your name, and then
It's been around a while, but we couldn't get anyone to actually sell it, so we gave it away. Okay. Let's plunge ahead. Just by way of reminder, so I got an email asking requests for somebody who wanted access to the PB Works website. That means that there was somebody selected log in. You don't want to log in. You don't have to. I don't know if anyone here, I'm not asking for true confessions. You just go to this website. So you go to the website and well, let me open it up here. Yeah. Wrong one. So once again, you go here and you don't have to log in. You just go to Pages and Files. And all this stuff is available to you. And if you want to download something, I didn't show this. To download something, say you want to, you can click on it and it'll open it up. Well, here the easier way to do this is for each one, it'll bring up a dialog box there on the right. It says More. So you can download it, and that brings it up as a PDF that you open, you can look at. So that's good. This is a really neat piece that the National Learning Disability Council did on personalized learning and self-determination. So, and then you can just save it as a PDF to your hard drive. So all of that is accessible without having to log in. Then I wanted to show you, all right, hang on here. Oh yeah, this is right. I wanted to show you what the National Gateway to Self-Determination website looks like, which was right there, okay. So one of the things we tried to do, and we developed this as part of a federally funded project. One of the, I mentioned it's got lots of videos, and you can follow the guide, the products page. You can, down here you can go to videos, and you can see, you can then search videos by type of content. So all these videos are things that talk about, have young people with disabilities talking about these things. But we created separate areas, if you will, for families and parents. So families, there's information and content related to things that will be pertinent to parents and family members. For people with disabilities themselves, as a resource for them to gain more information about self-determination and why it's important, and then for professionals. A lot of this, one of the differences between this and the Zero side is that we were focusing a lot on adults with this, so it's got more material for adults with disabilities as opposed to just student age education focused stuff. So that's the National Gateway. There's just lots of stuff that relates to a number of areas. We have PDFs of these research to practice briefs that we developed that I think do a nice job of talking about topics like employment or health and ways in which self-determination fits into those. So that's a resource, ngsd.org. All right. We have about an hour and a half before I vacate the stage, and I want to go through how do we promote self-determination sort of on a day-to-day basis. And then I want to talk about the self-determined learning model of instruction, which is an evidence-based practice that we've developed to promote self-determination. So I've showed you this before. This is the matrix that we use to develop assessment interventions. We've got sort of what we call essential characteristics: volitional action, agentic action, action control beliefs, component constructs, things like autonomy, self-initiation, self-regulation, these kinds of things. But what really, when it comes to intervention, it's this list of component elements that we're going to talk about now. This is, if you're teaching choice-making skills and providing opportunities for choice-making, and you're teaching decision-making, and you're teaching goal-setting, you're modeling problem-solving and teaching, you're promoting self-determination. You never have to say the word, right? And think about it, we can teach goal-setting and whether we're teaching algebra or science or doing transition work, right? A lot of it is just making things conscious and explicit. So I want to go through some ideas for how we teach these kinds of component elements so that we have a better understanding of that, because I think it's really important that instruction on these things be infused throughout the curriculum, throughout the student's day, across age ranges. In fact, one of the things that was helpful, if you will, about the standards-based focus was that starting in the late 90s, we would go and we would identify the state standards in anything, literacy or math or anything, and look across grade levels, and we would identify places where the state standards talked about problem solving, goal setting, decision making, choice making, and they're in there because those are things that are valued for every student. And then we could come in and say, look, for a student with a disability, we know how to teach them to set and attain goals and to achieve. So we could begin to link instruction to promote self-determination to the state standards and student performance standards. With the Common Core, I haven't done a mapping, but I'm sure that the Common Core talks about problem solving, decision making, goal setting across content areas, across grade levels. So it's a way that we've leveraged it to begin to talk about not only promoting access to the general education curriculum for students with disabilities, because we know how to do this, but also being able to say, look, all kids need to learn how to self-regulate problem solving, and we have this process that we've developed. So that's what we're, I think at the first level of quote intervention is that we're teaching these skills preferably to all kids, because it's not just kids with disabilities. When we're looking at the emergence and the development of self-determination over time, it does begin very early on. Parents and families play a huge role. What kind of choices, what kind of, how much children are involved in decisions in the family, all these things, what you expect. For a number of years I would just ask adults with the developmental disabilities who was the most important to them to develop their self-determination, and it was almost always parents. And so it's expectations that you have for them. So whether we're talking about home or whether we're talking about school, we get kind of three things I'm looking for. One is we want to enhance the personal capacity of young people with disabilities to self-determine. So let's take, for example, some of that is just the attainment of developmental milestones. When a child begins to speak and use words, it becomes easier for them to manage and regulate their environment, right? When they begin pointing a little bit before that, it's better than having to crawl over to the place or just yell. So these refinements all make it easier. Now, I say that somewhat with trepidation, because there will be people who will think, well, if you don't talk verbally, then you can't be self-determined. Well, that's just completely nonsense, right? We can work with, and the overlap I've had with speech and language hearing folks over the years, and about once every 10 years I end up presenting at ASHA, the American Speech and Hearing Association because somebody who works in the area of augmentative and alternative communication thinks it's really important to, to promote self-determination using AAC types of device. So, if students don't speak or don't speak well, then we have to pay more attention. We have to listen to them. We have to get to know them, understand better what they like and don't like and what they're saying. And we need to provide whatever way we can provide for them to communicate more. So, but anyway, there's, sort of the attainment of developmental milestones, and then there's the acquisition of these skills related to these component elements that we'll talk about. But also opportunity, You can have all the skills in the world, but if you never get a chance to use them, it doesn't matter, does it? I mean, you can know how to make a decision, but then never be allowed to make a decision, and it's a moot point. So opportunity is oftentimes as or more important. My experience is, in most cases, just enabling students, putting them in situations where they're enabled to make choices and to meaningful participate is as good a way to start as teaching them some prerequisite set of skills. Now, there are things that you want to be teaching students, but nevertheless, opportunity. We want to build environments that support choice and autonomy, and we talked about what those look like earlier. We want, particularly for younger kids, frequent experiences of choice and control. And I'll talk about that in just a second. And then the supports and accommodations that enable them to be successful. And again, technology is going to play a big role in that. There's lots of ways that we can figure out how to support people. So in terms of sort of focus, again, I think instruction on these component elements of self-determined behavior across content area, across the school day, and across a child's career. We ought to be teaching goal setting, problem solving, decision making, choice. We ought to be infusing choice in all these things. It's, we can do it. It doesn't take a lot of energy. It doesn't take a lot of time. It mainly is just being aware of that. And then there are some specific curricular materials and assessment materials that assist that, and then student involvement is sort of the third thing. So when I'm in a school and I'm looking at the degree to which they're promoting self-determination, I'm sort of looking for some combination of these things. And that's what I think we want to be doing. I want to talk a little bit about, because I was asked to talk a little bit about kind of early childhood and younger kids and the development of self-determination. So, young people, very young children, aren't self-determined as we understand it. They're dependent upon others in their lives, adults, to structure their days and to support them. Really, I think we look at the development of self-determination as emerging in, kind of late middle and into high school. It varies for some kids, but there's lots of things that have to happen both before kids hit school and later on in life. Or later on in elementary school, that lead to the future development of self-regulation and some of the things we'll be talking about. I don't know that this is really very helpful. This is just simply, it's the Bronfenbrenner's ecological system. So we're impacted in what we do by the microsystem, which is the things that are around us. So in this case, the microsystem is neighborhood and place of worship and family and school and peers. So the microsystem is one level where our behavior is impacted. And obviously, peers and same-age peers and working within the context of the microsystem is an important element. Families are critically important in development. And then you've got mesosystem levels that include meso is sort of the next level up. I don't know why I didn't put anything in there. They're sort of, school districts are mesosystems. They're not the direct family, but they're a little larger. And then you get out to what they call the exosystem and the macrosystem. This is service systems and then finally economic and legal and all these things. All of these things impact relative self-determination over time. So, when we're looking with younger kids, what we have to be looking at is how can we support the family to enable young people to become more self-determined. Now, they're not going to be self-determined as we know it when they're 5, 6, 7 years old, but, and so we talk a lot about choice as being, when children are young, choosing, being supported to make a choice enables them to begin to learn that they can control their environment, and it's sort of precursors to later self-regulation kinds of things. So I've got there's a paper, there's a couple papers that are in the wiki on this. But just, we can look at things like overarching sense of self-awareness and self-knowledge. There are some things that we can focus on in the early years, early childhood, 2 to 5 years, that would be important for the later development of self-awareness and identity and self-knowledge. Then as they get a little older, there's things that can be done and into late elementary. I'll talk a little bit about how these vary as we go through these component elements. I'm just giving you illustrations, helping young people, what they're called domain and mean specific beliefs. These are the beliefs that you can solve problems, and that means in problem solving is that you are able to identify the means that lead to you. So there's things we can, oops, I hit too many. Choice making, problem solving, decision making. Let me just give an illustration here about how these are a good one to be to understand more of a developmental perspective on. So we often use kind of choice making and problem solving and decision making sort of interchangeably sometimes, particularly problem solving and decision making. But as I'll define in a minute, they're different and distinct activities. Very, very young infants, as young as 2 weeks of age, which is about the earliest you can measure anything in infants, because up until 2 weeks of age, they're just asleep. If they're not asleep, they've got bowel movements going on, or they're eating, or they're screaming. So it's really very difficult to do research. But once you get about 2 weeks of age, there's ways of measuring. So what it's been, a long time ago now, it's not even a new finding, that we know that infants 2 weeks of age have a preference for ovals over triangles. Isn't that weird? Now, why would that be? That's exactly right. Mom's face is an oval, and as a species, if we come hardwired with preferences for ovals, it means we're going to seek out food sources, right? That's pretty clever. There's lots of things that, in fact, we come into this world with preferences for. Some seem really odd, but most of them are kind of species-driven and evolved over time. Now then, if you've been around a 6-month-old lately, you'll know that they will have developed all sorts of preferences that go way beyond whatever they had with them when they came in. I mean, they are, they know what they want, they know what they like, and then when they begin to crawl, you got to move everything in your house up to about 6 feet so they can't get into them. You got to put things in all the sockets, and then when they can point, and then when they develop language, they become more sophisticated about this. So, we really don't have to teach choice making as much as we have to structure environments. And so very early, between 2 and 5, working with young people to give them choices, to express preferences, and to act on those preferences has a number of things. As I've said, it's a later precursor to both problem-solving and decision-making skills. It's a precursor to self-regulation kinds of skills. You got to learn what is available to you in life and what isn't. So one of the things by emphasizing choice is kids learn that there are some options that are not on the table and others that are. So there's lots of things. Now, by the time kids get to high school, we're not really focusing on choice making much because it's just part of their environment. How many choices do typically developing high school students make over the course of a year at school? thousands and thousands, right? I mean, when my sons were at that age, we didn't ever sit down with them and say, okay, well, you should take this, this, and this. They came home and they said, well, I'm taking this, and they would be gone for days at a time. We didn't see them. They chose what they ate. They chose how they spend their time. I mean, just all sorts of things. So choice making is something that becomes really important to focus on in those early years, up until about 3rd grade developmentally. What happens in about 3rd grade is, first of all, kids have learned all they're going to learn about choice making, and you can begin to focus on problem solving. If you focus on teaching problem solving to a 5-year-old, you're going to be massively unsuccessful, because they don't really recognize problems as such. A 5-year-old or a 4-year-old, they'll run into what you and I would call a barrier or a problem, and instead of stopping and saying, what can I do to move this and to change this, they just go do something else. They redirect on their own, right? They just, developmentally, cognitively, very young children are not ready to solve problems. But by the time they get to 3rd grade, they begin to have the developmental skills that enable them to begin to sit down and to begin to think about problem solving. And I'll talk about the kind of stages of teaching that. And then by about 8th or 9th grade, children who are provided opportunities to learn these things have acquired, reasonable sophistication in this, and then you begin to focus on decision making. Because what is a decision? It starts with a problem to solve. The problem is, what are my options? And it ends with making a choice. So there's really a nice kind of lifespan trajectory there. So you're looking, I honestly believe that, we did research 25 years ago showing that young people with intellectual disability were able to generate fewer and less sophisticated options for problems to solve. Now, is that because they are unable to do so, or is it because nobody ever provided opportunities to do so? I'm strongly on the opportunity side. I think it's all about having chances to solve problems and to learn thinking in a problem-solving stage, and that young people can, in fact, on the spectrum, young people with cognitive disabilities can learn to be sophisticated problem solvers, not just. Now, does that mean they're going to solve the most complex problem in the world? No, but neither am I. I'm also going to, I'm going to refer to experts who know something about, the medical condition to find out what solutions are best. So I think, and there's good evidence in the literature. The folks that I've admired the most for a long time is a group out of Teachers College in Columbia University in New York City. They were finding that particularly women in the New York City sort of DD support system. Now, obviously that's a huge city, so it's a huge support system. They run group homes, they have all sorts of things. They were finding that women were at much higher risk for abuse, neglect, domestic violence, those kinds of things, in part because of the context, and in part because nobody had really ever talked to them. So I don't know whether at the session yesterday, whether Kim talked about these kinds of things, but so the researchers and the service provider got together, and they began to develop something. It's called Escape DD. If you Google Escape DD, it's a fully formed intervention to promote problem solving and decision making to help people understand better what constitutes a risk situation or not, and how to basically problem solved to know not to put yourself in a certain circumstance or whatever else, and they broaden this to all young people with DD. I think I don't know that I'm sure there have been young people with autism involved in this, and they've shown clearly that given kind of ongoing instruction, and they use sort of scenarios, a case-based kind of learning, that these young people can acquire lots of skills around problem solving and decision making as it pertains to these high risk situations. You know, it's not only true for kids with disabilities. So in our country, we have some really visible drug, alcohol, and tobacco awareness programs that are implemented in elementary schools. Just Say No and DARE are probably the two most visible ones. These are really effective at raising awareness. And I don't think you can find a third grader in this country that will say that they will ever use drugs, drink, or use tobacco. And do you know what the actual impact on that on rates of drug, alcohol, and tobacco use in adolescence is? Almost none. Almost none. It's great. That's not being critical of it, but you got to follow it up. And when you follow it up, the interventions, and this is for all kids, not just kids with disabilities, the interventions that have proven evidence of their impact on reducing risky behaviors on the part of adolescents are interventions that incorporate a problem-solving component within it. So teaching problem-solving is part of what we do. Okay. So you know, there's a trajectory, there's things we can work on when they're younger. Again, there's a couple papers up there. Goal setting has the same kind of, you know, we've worked with kindergarten students on self-regulated goal setting. We don't expect them to be in any way independent in setting a goal. They're not future oriented, they don't really understand that, but we can put scaffolding around these things that enable them to understand that. And there's you know, you can engage in play that talks about future lives. So you're looking at future lives. You're looking at and then as they get a little bit older, goals. You can begin to set simple goals. So you're praising or reinforcing incremental progress, and then later on, you can begin to focus more on teaching goal setting. So these are things that are important. We've not done as much in the elementary years as we should have, could have. It's been hard, quite honestly, it's been hard to get funding. Almost all of our funding from the federal government comes out of the transition secondary outcomes branches. And so we have done some work. I've got a couple papers up there on what we call foundational skills of later self-determination that describe what we can be working on in early elementary and preschool kinds of things. All right, in the elementary, preschool and elementary years, it teaches kids that they have a voice. Making a choice is just indicating a preference between two or more options. That's all. It's a way of thinking about what are your preferences, what would you rather do. You know, ooh, good. Choices are really important. There was a study I learned about last year. I just thought it's the coolest study I've ever heard, so I'm going to tell you about it. So this was a study, researchers in Spain were interested on the impact of choice on something. They were interested in choice as an intervention. So they chose eating vegetables with elementary age students. Now, I don't know about you, neither of my sons were very keen on most vegetables. I don't think they were an exception to any rule. I know there were some of their peers that were even less, you know, but kids by and large, you have to cajole them, you have to bribe them, you have to threaten them to get them to eat their vegetables, right? So what this study did was it created three groups. It's elementary school, in the elementary school cafeteria. First of all, they did a survey of vegetables ranked from most favored to least favored. And they selected two of them that were right in the middle. So they were neither vegetables that were loved, nor were they vegetables that were hated and despised. And those two happened to be zucchini and green beans. So zucchini and green beans in Spain are apparently right in the middle of the preference of elementary age students. And so then they randomly assigned the kids in this elementary school to three groups. Group one was a no choice group. And so they went in, somebody randomly gave them either green beans or zucchini. They didn't have any choice. They could come back and eat as much as they wanted, though. So, you know, if they finished their green beans or zucchini, they could come back and get more. The second group was the first choice level. That was they could choose between either zucchini or green beans. And they choose one, but they could only and they could come back and get more, but it had to be what they'd chosen. So if you chose green beans, you'd come back and get more of it, but it had to be green beans. Then the third group was, you've guessed it already, you can choose, and then you can come back and get something different. You can get green beans or zucchini. You can mix and match. So and the intervention, that was the intervention, was the choice, and then they measured in grams vegetables consumed. What are your guess as to which group consumed the most vegetables? Yeah, I would have said group 3 too, but actually it was either choice group. It didn't matter. Just introducing choice, and they ate twice as much as the no choice group. There was another study that was similar around homework, something that, you know, if you're a secondary educator, you're struggling. We, as parents, struggled getting my younger son to turn his homework in. He'd do it, and then it'd be in his backpack, and, you know, and so... or he didn't do it. And so the study out of a group out of UCLA, students could choose one of two homework assignments that had the same objective. So the homework targeted the same skill, whatever they were working on. It was just one, they could choose one or the other homework assignment. So you had a choice. And then there was the control group that had no choice. They just got the equivalent of what one student got. So there were an equal number of any homework assignment in the control and the treatment group. And what they found after some period of time, I think it was an 8-week period, was that the treatment group, the group that had choice, they scored significantly higher on, they had significantly higher return rates and got better grades on homework. And in fact, it then translated into higher scores on the end of the unit test. So, you know, choice is an important and potentially powerful intervention for us. And so anyway, so we're making a choice. Dear Napoleon Bonaparte here said, choice is of, or ability is of little account without opportunity. We just need to structure environments and contexts that enable young people to have choices, particularly younger students, right? I'm going to talk throughout this section on what we need to be alert to for students on the spectrum. I don't want this to be interpreted as a deficits thing, but students have different learning profiles and areas that we need to pay attention to. So, students on the spectrum have fewer opportunities to learn about preferences based on personal experiences than their non-disabled peers. One of the things we found as we've done research using the ARC scale with young people, adolescents with autism, is they actually score lower in the autonomy section than either students with intellectual disability or students with learning disabilities. So, you know, there's probably good reasons. I mean, we can probably explain that is, but you know, if you're not out and about in your community, you don't know what you don't know, and you don't know what you like, right? I mean, and so we need to make sure that young people have lots of opportunities to learn about preferences. Students with communication impairments may not be able to express preferences in traditional ways. I've talked about problem behavior as an expression of preference. So we need to work harder and provide them ways of expressing preference and listen better and be good observers. You know, I think this issue of getting young people out, you know, often students with disabilities are sort of stuck in time with what people think they like. I don't know, I mean, I can think of a number of young people over time that have some age inappropriate toy or thing, and the justification for that is that he likes it. Well, he liked it when he was 5. But now he's 12. What's happening with his peers that he might like just as well? Or 18-year-olds, or, and so it's all about experience. It's why I say I want to hire the person that took Bill in my story earlier, whitewater rafting. You can't know if you like whitewater rafting until you've been whitewater rafting, right? I think I wouldn't like it, but I can't know for sure, So having experiences and opportunities. And then, we have this area for students with special interest areas or, areas of really intense interest. It's usually framed as a problem, right? And it does. These kind of very targeted interest areas can disrupt learning in other more developmentally important areas and all these things. We know the drawbacks of this, but it is a preference. And, there is a certain amount of dignity afforded to recognizing that as a preference and going with it. And so, it also provides a way for you to integrate opportunities to make choices around that interest area into almost any activity. So it can be difficult, and I'm not intending to minimize that. But I think we've got to quit thinking of it as a problem and start thinking about it as, there isn't anything a person, you find something that a person with autism has an interest in that isn't also somebody who doesn't have autism's interest. You won't. It tends to be, and it's not even that it's that intense. I'm a book collector, and I have collected things all my life. So I have, I spend way too much time and money on books that are collectible, and I know a lot. I could sit and talk to another collector for, long times. I participate in online discussion groups around these topics. It's something that I really enjoy. We all have these things, or most people do. And, in some cases, if you ever watch American Pickers or some of these HD TV shows, there's people that have pretty extreme collections and this and that, as a collector. And eBay is the documentation of this. There isn't anything in the world that somebody doesn't collect and that somebody's not really crazy about. So, I think we've got to look at that. How do we do this? I'm trying to remember Ron Salkind. Is that am I right on that name? No. His son has autism, and he started this affinities program. His son was really fascinated with Disney movies, and it was the way that there was a movie made out of it. Somebody help me here. I'm having a senior moment and not able to come up with that. Anyone remember? Anyway, it's, I recognize it's not perfect, but it does illustrate. They then used these Disney dialogues to engage with their son, and he went on. He formed an affinity group at the high school around these Disney movies that kids with and without disabilities participated in. And there's a segment in the film where these kids with autism are talking, and kids with Down syndrome and kids without disabilities, and I think it's a kid with Down syndrome, talking about these underlying meanings of The Lion King and what it means around relationships and all this thing, and you're thinking, wow, you really did get that out of that, didn't you? So it's just something that we need to be aware of and not just look at it as something that we need to extinguish, right? So. Choice making, like I said, really important for children, early elementary. We've got evidence that simply including a choice option in a behavioral intervention improves the behavioral intervention. So there's lots of evidence that this is. I think we're hardwired as humans to care about choices, our own preferences. We do things based upon these preferences that sometimes would seem irrational. My book collecting behavior seems irrational to my wife. So people sort of we really like to make choices. And then the point I made earlier, people's preferences changes. Just because a student liked it one time doesn't mean that they like it now, so we need to assess, we need to provide lots of opportunities. We can integrate choice into teaching all the time. Student choice is an early step in an instructional process. I've already talked about choice in homework, number of choices related to a given activity, number of domains in which choices are made. Giving a kid a choice of when they do something rather than doing it now. It's not that they can opt out, and then in some cases maybe let them opt out of something. So there's lots of ways we can use choice and integrate that into student. All right, so problem solving. A problem is a circumstance, an activity or task for which we don't know a solution or it's not readily apparent. So we're going about the process of solving this problem, of identifying, technically just identifying what solutions exist for us. If you look at instruction in problem solving, there are three major areas of focus. The first is problem identification. The second is problem explication and analysis. And the third is problem resolution. So problem identification. I mentioned 4-year-olds don't really identify problems, right? So your first step in solving a problem is recognizing that there's a problem. Younger students, early students learning problem solving processes, they tend to not be really good about identifying what's solvable. I use an illustration. A bully has stolen your textbook. So there's different levels of problems, but at least one level is you've got class and you don't have your textbook, right? So if you ask, say, a junior high kid what the problem is, they're gonna say, well, so-and-so is a jerk. Well, that's probably part of the problem, yeah, but it's probably not very solvable, right? Johnny's dad was probably a jerk. It's probably genetic, you've got, but some immediate problems are, I need to know whether I need that textbook for class. So possible solutions are going to the teacher and saying, do I need it this week? If I do, I can borrow one, I can do this. Obviously, you're going to want to get resolved around the bullying, but so kids need to learn how to narrow problems down. They tend to be globally attribute to things that are not really solvable. So we need to, we do that by continuing to solve problems and talking through, case studies and small group kinds of things are great ways to teach problem solving and talking through and helping to do that. Problem explication is once you've identified the problem, then being able to take it to this level of analyzing it so that you can solve the problem, and then finally identifying possible solutions to the problem. And it just takes practice. It just takes practice. You and I solve problems day in and day out. We do it when we're in the classroom. We've got technology that doesn't work. We have to figure out that problem to solve. We've got something that didn't go right. Some books didn't. We solve problems all the time. We just do it. We don't do anything outwardly that teaches students how we do it. Often, the best way to teach this is to say, oh, I have a problem. My problem is, the internet just went down and my lesson was going to have you work on, this website. And so now what can I do? And, it's just about us articulating what it is that we do in solving problems. And then obviously setting students up so that they can try their own problems. We've got to create environments that are safe for students to make mistakes, because you learn to solve problems by making errors and by generating solutions that aren't always perfect. And so we've got to create safe spaces. We emphasize student capacity to solve problems, create open inquiry and exploration. And then there's lots of things in middle and high schoolers' lives that are problems for them. You know, there's relationship problems, and there are problems around whether they're going to drink and you know, do whatever else. And there's all sorts of things that young people, and so we can tie those into things that matter to them and are meaningful to them. When we're thinking about problem solving for students with autism spectrum disorders, so a lot of the problems that we have to solve are interpersonal. That is, they involve relationships with other people. Think about work, you know, the kinds of problems you end up dealing with often is not, or with somebody not doing what you want them to do, or that you didn't think they would, or their community. And of course we know that these kind of social interactions are difficult for young people on the spectrum, and particularly if they're emotionally laden, right? So, you know, what we need to do is that we need to practice those kinds of social problem solutions. You know, I think what we're learning is that when we teach discrete social skills as if those things are the outcome we want, students don't become very well socially integrated, right? We've got to focus on social inclusion and social capital and social networking. And skills are just contribute to that. So we look at contexts that matter to young people, and we begin to teach not just social skills, but social skills as part of those contexts so that it matters to students. So you know, so when we teach problem solving for young people with autism, it ought to probably be in those kinds of social contexts. Unless we do that, then they're not going to be successful. You know, there is evidence that adolescents with autism have difficulty in determining social solutions to problems. Again, same kind of issues. But there's also evidence that provided the kinds of instruction I'm talking about, that young people can become much better at this, okay? So it's a matter of paying attention to it. You know, and it is true that when compared to neurotypically developing adolescents with particularly, you know, high-functioning autism is where the research has been done, generated fewer high-quality solutions to social problems and less likely to choose the best solution. Again, I think this is all related to these issues within autism around communication and relationships. And it's all one package, and we just need to understand that when we teach problem solving, we're going to have to integrate it in these contexts of social inclusion, social interaction, and teach these kind of interpersonal problem solving. Decision making. Decision making, there are, if you will, kind of 5 to 6 steps. So a decision begins by you identifying the alternatives that you have from which to make a decision, right? So how many of you watch House Hunters, where you have 3 houses that you have to make a decision about, right? So we spend all the series watching these 3 different options, and then they come together and make a decision, right? You know that they've already bought a house. I don't want to ruin that for you, but they've already bought one of those houses. And they go back and they visit other houses that they have no intention of buying. I still think it's a fun thing to watch occasionally, but so you've got to know your options, and that's a problem-solving process. If you don't know what your options are, then that's the problem to solve. You use problem-solving processes. And then with a decision, you want to identify the consequences associated for you with each of these alternatives. It can be, you know, if you're making, I know that if you have a diagnosis of prostate cancer, that certain treatments will have certain after effects in terms of incontinence and other things, or on the other hand, some have a better ratio of success than others. There's all sorts of things that, what are the consequences associated with? You if I'm wanting to buy a car and I've got the little red convertible or the green minivan, and I have young children, then the consequences of me, of the little red convertible might be that A, I can't get all my kids into this thing. B, they're not going to be safe. C, the consequences is going to cost a lot of money. Insurance is going to run me up, and I'm going to be living on my own because I should have bought the green minivan, right? But there's consequences. And then, there's a process of consequential thinking where you look at the probability of each consequence occurring. And we kind of do kids a disservice. We kind of treat everything as if it's 100% guaranteed. You spent your lunch money on, I used to say video games, but nobody spends lunch money on video games anymore. They carry them with them. You didn't eat lunch, you spent it on something else. That probably doesn't have huge consequences for most kids, right? So, so you're going to be hungry. You're going to have to wait. Now, if you have diabetes, it's a different story, isn't it? That has a whole different set of consequences, and the consequences, in terms of these probabilities. So let me switch gears. I don't know what the probability of getting lung cancer if you're a smoker is. I know it's not 100% because there are people that live their whole life and don't die of lung cancer, right? But the consequences of lung cancer are really nasty, right? So it's a case where it may be a relatively low probability, but the consequences are so bad. So you're weighing these things about things. And then one of the things that comes into play in decision making is the relative importance or value of things to you, right? And so you may really well, let's go back to the thing. It may just be that it's that time in your life where you've got to have that little red sports car, right? All the other things are telling you not to buy that, but presuming you're working with your partner and you're making decisions together, so these things that are of value to you can override some of these things. So that's part of the reason there's no such thing as a right decision. There's a decision that you've thought through and you've made based upon some of these things. Now, in the end, the little red sports car may have been a really bad idea, right? It's lousy gas mileage. You can't afford the insurance. You're not, you may trade it in and get the minivan anyway, but, that's all hindsight. So then you integrate all these things in and you make a choice about what you want. So that's, and we can, this is complex, but also I can teach kids elements of every one of these things, and they can become more involved in decisions. And honestly, think about you as an adult. There aren't many meaningful decisions that you actually make just completely independently, right? You're talking with friends, you're talking with family, you're talking with loved ones, you're talking with people who have expertise. I mean, in a lot of ways, decision making is an interdependent activity in adulthood so that you can get the best information. So we can involve, and let me go back to the discussion about self-determination as making things happen in your life. It's not about doing things independently. My objective is not to make every kid an independent decision maker. It just doesn't matter. But I can involve every student, every young person in some element of these problem solving or decision making. And I believe that both they have the right to have that, because there's decisions made about their lives that they don't have any voice in, and it enhances the quality of their life when they are involved in these things. And I've been amazed time and time again over the years how well students do when provided these opportunities, right? A lot of it is we don't think students will be very successful. Issues in decision making, I think one of the things we've done focus groups with young adults with autism, and one of the things they tell us is that decision making tends to be emotionally laden, and they have a difficult time sort of processing the emotions associated with decision making. Because there's a lot of uncertainty in it. You can go through all sorts of processes and come to what you think is your best decision and still have a lot of uncertainty about whether that's the right decision, right? I mean, we've all had that. You come to your best guess, right? And that's just the decision-making process is laden with uncertainty. So you're going to have to work with young people that will be difficult for them and help them to begin to understand that uncertainty is just part of the process, and that they can come back and change decisions, and they can work that into, if they want to minimize uncertainty, that becomes, limits maybe the options or something. So goal setting and attainment, we teach goal identification, developing objectives to meet goals, so action planning, identifying actions, and then tracking and following progress on goals. Goals, we set goals because they motivate us to work toward them. It's why we set goals at New Year's, whether we keep them or not. There's lots of reasons we don't. But so these are the kinds of goals that when we focus our attention, it motivates us. We're likely to act on these. So teaching students how to set goals. There's elements of goals that need to some way be measurable. I'm not talking about the kind of goals we have to write on IEPs. I'm talking about the kind of goals you might set as in your personal life. But you still have to be able to know whether you're making progress toward your goal, and so the breaking it down into objectives, identifying an action plan. When am I going to act? If I'm wanting to, if I'm at risk for some sort of heart-related disease. Maybe I want to improve my cardio as a way to improve that. So my goal becomes that. My action plan is to go to the gym once a month. Well, I'm probably not going to make very good progress toward that, right? So I'm going to go back and I'm going to change my action plan, and I'm going to, and then tracking, I think that there ought not be a goal on a kid's IEP that they don't have one way themselves to track their progress. We know how to do this, self-monitoring processes. Students ought to be involved, particularly young adolescents, high school and early young adults. These goals ought to be things that they have some ownership over. They're tracking. One of the reasons that self-monitoring is powerful is because it serves sort of the same purpose as goal setting. When you are involved in tracking your progress, you're more likely to continue and to try to make progress. Again, one of the reasons that we don't make progress on our New Year's resolutions is because we don't actually put in place as ways to track this. But when I'm serious about getting to the gym, I'm setting, I'm tracking what my blood pressure is each day, and I'm looking at things. That motivates me to keep making progress, right? And so that's I think it's really important to have young people. That success is an ideal circumstance in which to talk about goals. I mean, it's a goal-driven process, right? So you can teach problem solving and decision making as within educational planning. For students with what we found, or what researchers suggest, is that students tend to be more sequential in goal-directed. They have a harder time dealing with more than one goal at a time, and the truth of the matter is we're almost always juggling multiple goals, and even in a classroom, the same classroom might actually have 2 or 3 goals to the thing. So again, I think it's just a matter of practice and the persistence. I mean, being sequential in goal-directed behavior is a positive, unless it's keeping you from doing anything else, right? So just, begin working, add a second goal, help students to understand that this is just part of the process. Self-advocacy skills, these are, I mean, if you're going to be successful with a disability in America today, you better be an effective advocate, right? Because you're going to get messed with at every point in your life. You're going to go to college. People are going to make decisions that don't make sense. You've got to be able to stand up for yourself. We can focus on how to advocate. We can teach students what are rights and responsibilities, assertiveness versus aggressiveness. Some of these things I talked about with Whose Future, negotiation, compromise, effective listening, basic leadership skills. And we can tie it as well to educational planning. I've talked about student-directed learning, and student-directed learning in our mind, we're comparing to this with teacher-mediated or teacher-directed or peer-directed or technology-mediated learning. But these are strategies that teach students to do for themselves what somebody else will be doing to or for them, right? So, and self-instruction, antecedent cue regulation, self-monitoring, self-reinforcement, self-evaluation. Antecedent cue regulation is just picture prompting. That's what it is, or audio prompting. But we actually have a lot of evidence of the utility of these kinds of student-directed learning. They're often talked about as self-regulation strategies. I don't know if you've seen the work of like Karen Harris and Steve Graham on the self-regulated strategy where it's writing paragraphs. So, we've got all sorts of evidence that these kinds of strategies are effective with young people. What did I do? So that ends that. Now let me switch really quick here, and we'll wrap up in a half hour. Don't save. And talk about the self-determined learning model of instruction. So when I began this work, we were interested in, we got to looking at teaching models. And most teaching models taught teachers how to teach students. And that's where it ended. So it was sort of teacher teaching student. And that's fine, except our interest was in how do we teach teachers to teach students to teach themselves. So we needed to take another step. And our eventual solution to this is something we called the self-determined learning model of instruction, or the SDLMI. And actually we have really good evidence of the effectiveness of this. And I will tell you, we've used the SDLMI with teachers working with very young children at risk for developmental disabilities, adolescents, in algebra classes, in transition. It doesn't matter. It's a model that teachers can use to teach students to teach themselves, to self-regulate problem solving, leading to goal setting and attainment. And I think there's a number of reasons it's powerful, but at least one of them is it involves a process of revising your goal or your action plan so that you can achieve whatever you want to, right? And I'll come back to that. And keep in mind, I don't care whether kids are independent at this. It's about making or causing things happen in your life, not about doing things independently. Our experience is that young people can acquire the skills that enable them to do this, but it will vary, and you may have to provide various kinds of supports for students. So what is the SDLMI? As I said, it's a teaching model. Teaching models, the end users of teaching models are teachers. So it's teachers that we're targeting here, that enables teachers to teach students to use a problem-solving strategy to basically set goals. So we create 3 phases. The first phase each phase has a problem for the student to solve. The first phase is set a goal. The problem for the student to solve is, what is my goal? Problem solving, self-regulated problem solving. What is my goal? The second phase, you end the first phase by setting a goal. The second phase is, what is my plan? So that's the problem solve is, what is my plan? You end by creating an action plan and by creating a self-monitoring process to track your progress. And then the third phase is, what have I learned? Or have I learned what I want to learn? And students adjust their goal or their plan as necessary if they're not making adequate progress. You know, teachers often ask, how long does it take? It depends on the student. You know, we've worked with students with extensive support needs. Yeah, it takes a little more time to get down. You have to figure things out in terms of how you communicate these things. Students may not be able to answer the questions independently. For other students, they're able to learn the process and run with it pretty quickly. So it'll vary. We see this as something that you can overlay onto any instruction in any area you're doing. So it sort of augments what you're doing and gives you a framework to use to promote these skills we've been talking about. It doesn't matter what kind of goal. It can be an academic goal, it can be a transition goal, it can be a behavioral goal, it can be a social interaction goal. It doesn't matter. It is self-regulated problem solving. The type of goal is often determined by what you're teaching. If you're a math teacher, then the parameters are they're going to set a goal within what they're in that class for, right? Transition, there's probably a broader set of parameters that can impact these. So you know, it's applicable for any type of goal. Again, we see this as being integrated and supplementing ongoing instruction, and I hope by the end of the little discussion here you'll get a sense of that. We do this through a process. So there are three kind of elements of the SDLMI. The first is a set of student questions. And for each of those phases, there are 4 student questions. The first phase is, what is my goal? Is the problem to solve? There are 4 questions. You'll see illustrations of some of this. In each phase, they comprise a 4-step problem-solving process. The questions differ by phase because the problem is different in each phase. But in each phase, there are 4 questions that relate to the problem-solving sequence. So students answer those questions. Now then, they do that. There's a set of teacher objectives that are linked to each student questions. This tells you as the teacher, remember this is a teaching model. In some ways, the student questions get the most visibility, but it's a teacher objective. This tells you what you're teaching and what you're wanting to do to support the student to answer that question. And then for each teacher objective and student question, there's suggested educational supports that you might need to implement. So the 4th question in the first phase involves setting a goal. If students never set a goal, you're going to have to teach goal setting, aren't you? It gives you context to teach goal setting, and you're going to engage in instruction. So there's going to be goal setting instruction that happens. So I'm giving you this, and there are several documents in the wiki. First of all, there's a teacher's guide to the self-determined learning model of instruction that we've fairly recently developed that's a little bit more user-friendly around talking about these things. So that's there. There's a couple other documents. You may even see these. The only reason I include this is that, first of all, up here it says phase 1 set a goal. The student problem to solve is, what is my goal? The student questions are down here. The teacher objectives and educational supports are right there, linked to each one. So students go through this. In phase 1, what do I want to learn is the first student question. The teacher objectives tied to that is to enable the student to identify specific strengths and instructional needs in whatever it is, it's transition or if it's an academic content area or social. So students are going through, they're thinking about what they're good at, where they need educational supports. Enable students to communicate preference, interests, beliefs, and values. So what interests and preferences are related to these things that are their strengths, so we know that. And then prioritize instructional needs. So you may have to teach prioritization. So that's the meat of the model. You're using those and this question, what do I want to learn, to have the students do these kinds of activities. One of the things we tell teachers to do is go through it once. The first time we go through the SDLMI with a student, we try to set a recreation and leisure goal, because kids care about recreation and leisure. They don't so much care about math, science, and literacy, right? They care about rec leisure. So we'll use it. We'll teach the process by having them set a rec leisure goal. I've got a story if I have time at the end about that too. And so the student can go through and the teacher can help them reword that question. The question is written so teachers clearly understand what the question is intended to be. But you can help the student reword that so that they understand it. And by the time they've been through it once, they've got a set of questions that have been kind of tinkered with so that they feel comfortable in their questions. Anyway, so you get to the end. The final question in phase 1 is, what can I do to make this happen? The sole teacher objective is to enable student to state a goal and identify criteria for achieving that goal. So you end phase 1 by setting a goal, which was solving your problem. It leads to phase 2 back up here. Problem to solve is, what is my plan? You got 4 questions, teacher objectives. You get down to here, you've set an action plan, and you've supported the student to have to implement the plan and to self-monitor their progress. That leads then to phase 3, which is the problem solvers. What have I learned? The 4 questions take them through a process of thinking about what have they learned, have they made sufficient progress. If they're not making sufficient progress, do they need to keep working using the same action plan? Or do they need to go back and they need to revise their action plan? So one of the things that students can do, I mean, if they're making adequate progress, fine. But if they're not making adequate progress, the first level of change is at the action plan. It's like me going to the gym once a month. I need to do better, right? If I want to really impact my cardio. So what happens is you go back to phase 2 and you create a new action plan. So it's a loop. And then if you go back and you change your action plan enough times and you're still not making progress, what it's telling you is you've set a goal that's not attainable, right? So you go back up and you revise your goal and go through the process again. So the process is designed so that if you stick with a student, they will eventually come up with a goal and an action plan that they can achieve. And that's been our experience with it. And you know, students aren't all that great at setting goals unless they've had lots of experiences. And in a traditional model, you know, a kid might say, oh, my goal is to be an NBA basketball star. Now, you know, the kind-hearted of us, which most of us are kind-hearted, say, well, you know, we don't want to flat out say you'll never be an NBA basketball star, but the likelihood is very slim. And so you say things like, oh, what is it you like about being an NBA basketball star that, you know, that we could talk about? And, you know, and then you kind of go from there, you try to shape it. You don't have to do that here. You don't have to be a dream killer. No more dream killing. You can go in, the kid can set the NBA basketball goal, and they can figure out that they're not tall enough, they probably don't have the right skill set, the blah, 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 blah. And they can go back that up, and they can revise that goal until it's, I want to play in an intramural league, you know, kinds of things. So it can be very empowering, and there should be 100% success in terms of achieving a goal if you've kept with the process. Now, it changes our roles. For teachers, we become facilitators. We're still a teaching role because kids need to learn how to solve problems. They need to learn how to prioritize. They need to learn how to create action plans. They need to learn how to set goals. There's all sorts of teaching opportunities around these things that we talked about around promoting self-determination in this one frame. And we become a student advocate. Not only are we not dream killers, but we're there and we say, hey, let's do this. You know, let's figure this out. I'm with you. And that's, you know, those relationship issues is important. Students, they become self-directed and self-determined learners. They're actively engaged. Even if students are needing a lot of support, you're having to use icons instead of words and everything, you're still keeping students at the center of the process. And if you're doing that, then you're doing the best you can to really honor that. they learn to become advocates, and it creates relationships around partnership and shared goals, right? So in all of these, there are 4 student questions. Phase 1, what do I want to learn? What do I know about it now? What must change for me to learn? What can I do to make this happen? As I said, you can go in, you can modify these. You just can't drop 1 through 3 and go immediately to what is your goal. The purpose is to teach kids this sort of problem-solving sequence. It takes some kids longer. With each question, there are, as I said, a set of teacher objectives. Just the ones for question 1 we already looked at. State strengths and instructional needs, enable students to communicate preferences and to prioritize instructional needs. And then there's the educational support. So students may not know what their strengths, so you may need to work with students to self-assess their interest and their abilities and what they're good at. Give them the VIA. Talk about what they're good at. Find ways to determine what they're good at. Students may not know how to communicate their preferences. Communication skills training. Prioritization is a decision-making process, right? So here's a chance to begin to teach, if you have these strengths, but you have these areas of instructional need, which is most important that you start with, right? So there are these. We're just not set up well for the small group work, and I'm going to blow through this and then we'll be done. So the second section, again, 4 student questions, teacher objectives. These are the student questions. What can I do to learn what I don't already know? What could keep me from taking action? What can I do to remove these barriers? When will I take action? Again, keep in mind, now some students will do fine with these things worded this way. Other students, you will have to help them reword it. And you will know how to reword them based upon the teacher objectives, right? So your teacher objectives for student question 5, what can I do to learn what I don't already know, is to enable students to self-evaluate what they currently know about the goal and what they need to know. So that becomes, you could reword that to even say something like, what don't I know yet about this goal, or something. But it's an interaction between you and the student. The third phase, same setup. What actions have I taken? What barriers have I removed? What has changed about what I don't know, and what do I know what I want to know? And again, the decision-making process, the self-regulated problem-solving, leads you sometimes back to the second phase again to reset the action plan. Teacher objectives, what barriers have been removed, collaborate with students to compare progress with desired outcomes. So it's called goal discrepancy analysis is in the literature. So you're teaching kids to compare what they know right now compared to what they want to know, and taking a look at the discrepancy and what they need to do to fit that. So some of the roles in the SDLMI, the student is at the center of this. These are we've worked with students all over the U.S. and in fact it's a model that's been implemented around the world. One student said, I know I'm going to reach my goal because I'm trying. Students feel very empowered. We always do some sort of social validity by talking to students after the study and by talking to teachers. And teachers always say, I'm surprised how well he did. Even teachers with high expectations, you're putting students in circumstance. And students talk about this, they begin to understand because it puts them, if you will, in control of their learning. I made progress on my goal because I tried to, and I would do this again, it helped me. Now, the story I wanted to tell you about, and then I'll leave with some websites. We were working in Plano, Texas. So Plano is a suburb north of Dallas, and a very affluent There were lots of pressures on students to have, high academic performance. And so we were sort of dealing with that in terms of the context. But we were working on the SDLMI, and we were working with a young man in this particular case who had behavioral issues. He challenged the system. So, as I said, when we begin working with a student, we have them set a rec leisure goal because they care about this. So we start off down this path, and immediately he identifies severe storms as something he's intensely interested in. And of course, North Texas gets tornadoes. I've lived in Tornado Alley all my life, so, and this was before the Weather Channel, when you could turn on any night, time, day, and see severe weather, right? And so he had learned about and heard about storm chasers. So you guys have your fair share of tornadoes in Florida. So storm chasers are these people that chase storms, chase these wall clouds waiting for tornadoes to break out. They film it, they've got equipment, they're measuring barometric pressure and all sorts of things. That's just their thing. So he said immediately, I want to become a storm chaser. So this is where, in years past, we would have said, well, I don't think you'll be a storm chaser. What is it about storm chasing that is of interest to you? I mean, we knew his parents would just, hang us if we were working with their son to be a storm chaser, right? Plus, you got to have a lot of money. These vehicles and equipment is expensive. You got to have apparently a lot of free time, and you apparently have to have a lack of good sense, right? Because you're chasing everything. But that's not the way this goes. With the SDLMI, we're on board. So we started down that. We got to the point of setting that as a goal. And he knew that he couldn't be a storm chaser. He knew some of these factors. He knew his parents would never let him. So he was sort of testing us, I think, to see that. So we kind of backed off. He said, no, I probably can't be a storm chaser. Let's think of another goal related to this. Well, we got to investigating. I can't remember whether he found it or whether we found it, but it was working together. It turns out there were storm chaser clubs in Dallas. There were multiple ones, and there was one in the North Dallas area, not too far from Plano. Immediately, that gives us a goal, right? The goal becomes, I want to become a member of a storm chaser club. Your action plan is pretty straightforward. That was back when they still had yellow pages and phone books, right? And so you look it up in the phone book and you make a call and see what the criteria for participating and how to get invitation. And his self-monitoring was just check, I did do that, writing down what he learned. We got to the implementation of the action plan. Within about 2 weeks, he had made a connection with this storm chasing club in North Dallas. They had invited him to come to their next meeting. And there were really no criteria other than a love of severe weather. And so what do they do at these storm chaser clubs? They show the videos that they've, and they talk about this stuff. He showed up. We were, we were around for the next 3 or 4 months. By the end of that time, he was an actively engaged member of this storm chaser club, and the outcomes that were more as beneficial. These were mainly independently wealthy business owners, mainly male because they lack the common sense to do most of anything, right? So And he was within a social network then that had a lot of social capital. They liked him a lot because here's this young person who's interested in these things, who will listen to them, who will talk about these things that they're passionate about. I'm pretty convinced, although I don't know for certain, if I'm the transition coordinator, I'm getting him a job with one of those people in that context. We would have never gone there, never in a million years gone there. We would, and except he took us there, and the process allowed us to support him and to take him there. It's amazing. One of the things that you'll learn is that young people will set basically the same goal that you would set for them. They know that they need to improve their performance. They need to show up. They need to reduce tardies. I'm amazed how many times that students set the same goal that the teacher might have set. So and again, you put the parameters on what you want to do. And the other thing I want to point out is we want to infuse student self-direction in as much as possible, particularly through the action planning. And every student needs to have a self-monitoring process. But sometimes it's better not to self-direct learning. So one more young man we were working with in Texas, and he's a young man with learning disability. This was back where you had to pass a written text and there were no accommodations. So it would have been pre-ADA, and you got a booklet that you had to study. And he had failed the test. He wanted to get a driver's license. He was able to drive. He just couldn't pass this stupid written test. And part of it was he just couldn't focus. He wasn't reading the strategies. He wasn't using good strategies to figure out what to memorize. I mean, if you don't know what to do, you're trying to memorize everything. You're memorizing things that are irrelevant. So as they got the goal became to pass the written test. The action plan was very teacher-directed. It was the teacher sitting down and teaching him how to pick out big ideas out of that, blocking this out for him, helping him do that. So there wasn't much that he was doing in a self-directed manner, but he had control over the decision that was the way he was going to learn. And he was able to acquire what he needed to know through that process, and he was able to pass the test. So again, it's not all about students doing everything for themselves. It's about students being in the middle of the process. All right. There's at that same selfdetermination.org website, you can find the teacher's guide to the SDLMI, but it's also in your wiki. So what we've discovered is, I think this is fairly intuitive. I think teachers who jump in and do it figure it out, but it just sounds more complicated than what it really is. And so we've been working really hard. This Maryland, Delaware project, one of the elements of that is we're building out teacher supports. We're building out fidelity measures so that teachers can evaluate their fidelity with the model. We're building out teacher training materials. We're building you can get information about how to teach self-monitoring, how to teach goal setting. So we're building all of these resources that will, I think, make this much more adoptable by teachers and by educators. So that's all going to be coming up. A lot of that will be linked off of this site as we get things going, but the teacher's guide is already out there. We've been using it. Some other websites, there's your wiki, is the PBWorks. And of course, this is now uploaded on your wiki site, so all you have to do is really remember PBWorks, waymeyer.pbworks.com. The National Gateway to Self-Determination, I showed you that one at the start. So that has videos, it has all sorts of resources. There's the Zero Center website that I talked about. The easiest way to get there might be just Google Zero Center Self-Determination, but that'll get you to their page. We've mentioned the Virginia I'm Determined, so that's the link to it. It has lots of good resources on that. There's the Project 10 website that sounds like they've got great information. There's other stuff, but there's a ton of resources on these websites, and I don't know why. The Beach Center beachcenter.org, which is where it has some of the same materials. So you can get to this stuff. It's almost all free or very low or typically no cost. It's out there, and much of it has a very strong evidence base. So with that, I'll make one more offer that if there's ever anything I can do to support your efforts, my email is my last name, Waymeyer@ku.edu. Just email me. I just would be more than happy. If you have questions, if you say you mentioned something and I can't find that, I can find where those resources are. You know, I put a lot of this stuff on the wiki, but we still have more stuff, so by all means, get in touch with me. And once again, thank you for all you do and for spending your day here listening to me yammer on. And I'm going to turn it over to Mary Ellen.